Jesu oni isto povezani na ovaj? Pa jesu. Ovaj je samo za port i za ozir. Ali to nije dovoljno.
Treba nešto da se radi. Što se radi ovako?
Ništa, još nisam.
Yeah, it was like
Scusi. Was ist denn eigentlich euer Erfolg?
Schwul aus. Schön umschrieben.
Ja, heute muss man mal noch ein bisschen über Kurzhosen. Das ist schon wunderschön, wie die Wahrnehmung ist. Seitdem die Kunde
Das wäre mies, richtig.
Ja.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. May I suggest to wake up to those that are, let's say, not ready, and that are looking at me smiling right now. Good morning, good morning. Okay, we start with opening agenda point 37, quorum of the council and enlistment of the votes by proxy, and I give word to Nicolina.
Good morning, everyone. Today, let's please be a bit brief since we had some delays. So let's be fast. Local group Aachen. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Ankara-Bilkent. Thank you. Local group Ankara-Metru. Thank you. Local group Auvergne. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Aveiro. Thank you. Local group Barcelona. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Belgrade. Thank you. Local group Berlin.
Schuster, Sieg und wir sind dabei. Hertha, Hertha, ganz allein. Soll's der Stolz von Spreerthemen sein. Ho, ho, hey! Hertha BSC! Und Union Berlin!
Thank you. Local group Braunschweig.
I say Fackel, you say Braunschweig. Fackel! Braunschweig! Fackel! Braunschweig! Fackel! Braunschweig!
Thank you. Local group Bremen. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Brussels. Thank you. Local group Bucharest will be proxied by local group Seville. Local group Budapest. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Calabria.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Local group Coimbra. Thank you. Local group Darmstadt. Thank you. Local group Delft. Local group Dortmund. Thank you. Local group Dresden. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Eindhoven. Thank you. By the way, this is not what I meant when I said to be brief, but okay. Let's keep the songs a bit shorter. Local group Famagusta.
Gusta, Gusta, Fama, Gusta, Gusta, Gusta, Fama, Gusta, Gusta, Gusta, Fama, Gusta.
Thank you. Local group Dance. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Gothenburg.
Vill du bli redan så får du plugga ett tag. Vi går på IK, Chalmers ska bli redan.
Thank you. Local group Graz, excuse themselves. Local group Grenoble. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Groningen. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Hamburg.
I say Zuka, you say Björn. Zuka, Björn, Zuka, Björn.
Thank you. Local group Helsinki. Thank you. Local group Ilmenau.
Diesen Weg auf den Müll bin ich aufgegangen. Für kein Fanden wieder. Ich halte in der Welt, aber ich verlange weg. Für immer weit und nach mir.
Thank you. Local group Istanbul Burgazit.
You need to get up. We're drinking beer, making shots, shots, shots. We don't remember most of the stories, 'cause in the end it's just party. We're always ready, rising to see, because we are all sincere.
Thank you. Local group Istanbul ITU. Thank you. Local group Istanbul Yıldız. Thank you. Local group İzmir DU. Thank you. Local group İzmir Economy. Thank you. Local group Kaiserslautern. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Karlsruhe. Thank you. Local group Karlstad. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Krakow. Thank you. Local group Kiel. Local group La Peranta. Thank you. Local group Lausanne. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Liège.
Asseyez-vous. Estimé. Qui m'achète? Qui me dit? On a dit. Comment dire? La la la la la la.
Local group Linköping will be proxied by local group Gothenburg. Local group Lisbon will be proxied by local group Aveiro. Local group Luleå will be proxied by local group Brussels. Local group Lund will be proxied by local group La Peranta. Local group Lyon. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Madrid. Thank you. Local group Milan. Thank you. Local group Minho will be proxied by local group Coimbra. Local group Minsk will be proxied by local group Bremen. Local group Moscow will be proxied by local group Novi Sad. Local group Munich. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Novi Sad. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Oulu. Thank you. Local group Paderborn. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Piraeus. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Porto. Thank you. Local group Poznan will be proxied by local group Krakow. Local group St. Petersburg will be proxied by local group Kiev, but Kiev is not here. Local group Seville.
When I say us, you say Divers. Us! Divers! Us! Divers! Us! Divers!
Thank you. Local group Ziegen. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Skopje. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Sofia. Where are the delegates? Ah, okay. Sorry. Local group Stockholm will be proxied by local group Helsinki. Local group Tallinn. Thank you. Local group Tampere. Thank you. Local group Targumures. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Trondheim. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Vasa. Thank you. Local group Vienna, excuse themselves. Local group Warsaw, excuse themselves. Local group Xanthi. Thank you. Local group Zagreb. Let's continue with guest local groups. Local group Cartagena. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Rijeka.
Finally here.
Thank you. Local group Nice. Istek. Thank you. And Pavi. Local group Kiev. I think we are ready.
Okay, thank you. Now I close agenda point 37, quorum of the council and enlistment of the vote by proxy. And I reopen agenda point 7, change of agenda point, and I call Dasha to the stage.
Good morning, everyone.
A bit of synchronization with it, people. Come on, you can do it. Technical in the back. Can someone give her a microphone? Any microphones? Hello? Oh. Just 1 second.
Hi. I would like to ask one of the organizers to share the internet because it's not working again.
Thank you. In the meanwhile, I'll take the opportunity. This was a technical, so this is good. But yesterday we had some technicals that were comments you really liked. Not how it works. A technical, it's the room is too hot, the internet is not working, can I have an organizer for that? Just as a reminder for the day. All clear?
Yes.
Yes? Very good.
Okay, guys, so I think we can start. Happy to present you agenda changes for today. So let's go. What we propose to change today, we propose to put agenda point 38 and agenda point 39 to the next day, tomorrow. That's going to be presentations by financial controllers and VPF. And as they want to make some more corrections in realization, we decided to put it for tomorrow. And today, instead of those presentations, we're going to have the exciting presentations about education from Joanna, agenda points 49, 50, and 51. We also want to switch the order for it to make sense. Like it's better for the timeline. And as well, we propose to cut the second open discussion. Why? Because the format needs a bit more improvements, as well as we would like to use this time to have more an opportunity to ask all of the questions for the IR changes. So we'll add this time to the agenda points 40 for questions. And those changes going to lead to changes of the next day of Friday. So yeah, we're just switching the order of presentations about education, so those, and receivables and financial report of the current year. And those are all changes for these 2 days.
Are there questions? One in the back.
Yeah, is there any organizer present for the internet?
Sorry, is that the same technical?
Yeah, I'm good.
Are there any questions about the presentation? I take it as a no. So we proceed with the voting? Okay, then people are ready your voting sheets. Voting committee, do your magic. Wait. And up.
So I count it as a yes.
Seems like it's a yes. Thank you very much, Tasha. Thank you, Council. Then I close agenda point 7, changes of agenda points. And I open agenda point 49, IM Conference Lisbon 2022 report, and I called, well, we have a video it seems. Yes, and it will require a moment, and then Joanna will answer your questions afterwards.
super energized. So I'm here today to present your concept. I hope you're all feeling super well and super energized. So I'm here today to present you the report on IEM Conference 2022. And as you know, it was organized by a local group placement. So who am I? I'm Clara. Most of you have heard about me. I'm the local responsible of local group placement in this year. And this was the team of organizers from our local group who helped in the organization of this huge event. So we have the coordinators from a lot of departments like activities and logistics, corporate relations, human resources, and some others who were really important for the event. Then these were some of the companies that we could gather in IEM Conference 2022. So you have Deloitte, Vorten, MasterCard, Lidl, Trash for Goods, which is like a small company, a startup, who is based on sustainability and recycling. And yes, so these companies, they all did a lot of things in the event, like workshops or just some talks. And yeah, so the concept, as you know, it was completely online. It was a 3-day event from the 9th to the 11th of March, and most of it was streamed on YouTube in the Steam channel. But the workshops were in Zoom, so it was a mix, and everything, all the information was on the website. This was the agenda, and you can see we had some roundtables, some talks, workshops, and a lot of the companies that I talked to you about before. Also some entities from STEAM, CERC, and yes. Then the budget, we had a preview of it, but this was the actual budget that we used. So we had some money from companies, and then we had to pay for the streaming, for the cameras, all the equipment, and then some publicity as well, like on Instagram. So this was the balance, the final balance. Okay, so here are like some points of what went right and what went wrong. Basically, I think the topic about sustainability was awesome, because it's something that everyone talks about nowadays, and when it's applied to IEM, I think it's in the interest of everyone, probably from our course. And also the streaming on YouTube, I think it also went really well, because we had a lot of people watching it. Even myself, I was isolated at home, so it was pretty cool that I could watch it on YouTube. But then, of course, it was sad because the event had to be online, because our university wouldn't let us do it offline. Then the schedule, because it was during the week and it was in the morning, so a lot of people were in class, so we didn't have as many participants as we would like to. And also we had some problems with the coordination of STEAM and local group partners. So it's something that we could improve for the next year. And yep, last but not least, it's the same sentence. If everyone is moving forward together, then success takes care of itself. So this is our purpose. I think when we work together, we are stronger. So next year we will be here to help the next local group who is organizing this event. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you. Feel free to ask to Joanna. Any questions? Yeah? Elif? Oh, so first the delegate here on the front, and then Elif.
In the presentation, it was stated that it had to be held online because the university didn't allow them to hold it offline. Why wasn't the local group chosen who could organize it offline?
Can you repeat a bit louder?
Why wasn't a local group chosen who could organize it offline?
We vote for a local group to host IM conference, and when it was voted, it is not stated that if the event will be online or offline. We also thought that online is a good format for the event. When we applied, we thought that we could make it offline. I mean local group Lisbon, sorry, it's very confusing. The university had agreed on hosting it offline, and then they changed their minds, so it had to move online. Didn't make sense to elect another local group. The event is still possible.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have Elif and then Sarah.
Hello. Elif Akyıldırım, İstanbul ITÜ and Yıldız. You mentioned about partners involvement in the went wrong part.
Can you be a bit louder?
Sorry. You mentioned about partners involvement in the went wrong part. What was the things that you had as challenge while organizing the event, especially in the STEAM's partners part?
In IM conference, the content is also mostly provided by partners because it requires speakers and workshops. And it was quite difficult to understand exactly which parts should be covered by STEAM, so requiring me or central STEAM organizing that content and which parts would be organized by the local group. Apart from this, it was hard to find a balance in the content, having a local group organizing it to ensure an European environment, since their partners are too locally focused or nationally focused. So this part of ensuring that the content made sense and that everyone could participate in a similar way was very hard to manage. Like, we really didn't know how to do it, so it was just finding out how to organize it. It was not very successful, but we have a lot of learning points.
Thank you very much. We have the last question from Serhat.
Serhat Bilgen Yatağı, Ercan Karabilken. I think you kind of answered my question, but I was going to ask, what would be a point of improvement from the VP of Education's side, not from the local group side for you?
I'm thinking of the best one to say. It's working with the local groups for a big event for the whole network, where the content is also provided by the local group, so it's still quite different from what we do with the council meeting, where the content is the general assembly. The biggest improvement point would be how to actually structure the team to collaborate with all our central entities to make this event happen. Like, it's very vague, but the team structured for the organization.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, we have no more time for questions. Is it a technical? No, then sorry. Can you put it on Pigeonhole?
I will.
Thank you. Joanna, you will have something on Pigeonhole.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joanna. Oh, you have one. Okay. Then I close agenda point 49. I am Conference Lisbon 2022 report. Sorry, I use yours. And I open agenda point 50. I am Europe, and Joanna, the stage is yours once again.
So, as Dasha said, today we have the exciting education presentations. I want all of you to stay awake, so I propose that every time I say survey, everyone can clap, and that way everyone will be awake. So, let's start with I am Europe. I don't have a paper. Yes. Okay, so, who has seen this sentence before? Quite some? The others haven't? Why is this sentence so important for us? It says that be the connector of IM students with an IM Europe. This is the vision of STEAM. And that's why it's important for all of us to know what actually IM Europe is and why it is so important for STEAM. Okay, so today I will present you what I Am Europe is, what Esteem and I Am Europe have in common, or how do we contribute, and then about you, yourself, and I Am Europe. So, what is the I Am Europe? It's this ecosystem of all of these institutions, starting with I Am students, going to Esteemers and their local groups, academics and academia, professionals in industry, NGOs and other student NGOs, the I Am Caring Foundation, and the Esteem alumni. All of us have one thing in common. We care about I Am, about the people who work in this field, about the students that study, and we want to develop it together. All the animations are gone. Okay, so what is happening between Esteem and I Am Europe? Why is it important for us? First of all, this is where I Am is developed. We as students contribute to it by giving our opinions, and we contribute to the development of the ecosystem. It allows us to have innovation. When we communicate with the other parts, we innovate in our projects, in the topics that we work in. The other parts provide us with external guidance for our projects. It also gives us recognition to work with others. We gain some expertise from externals. It contributes for the sustainability of all of the associations. In our case, having communications with the outside allows us to be more sustainable, and it contributes for the motivation of students, not being isolated and having contact with the outside. So, how is Esteem exactly connecting I Am Europe? Esteem, just a bit of a disclaimer, Esteem, we say that we are not the creator of knowledge, we are a facilitator. So we connect the different parts, we connect students with other students, we connect students with companies to make this knowledge flow inside I Am Europe. The first way is through our services. Here you can see all of them. All of our services connect different parts of I Am Europe and allow this knowledge to flow. After this, oh no, okay. So, other things. We visit external events. For example, as I said yesterday, I'm going to a BIM conference, and we have externals visiting our events. They are sitting here in the front today. We have joint projects with other associations, open events to the IM community, as it's the case of IM conference, for example, or some of our service events are also open to the outside. We have networking opportunities, Esteem hunts, workshops and presentations. We have surveys to gather interest. And we have consultancy for our projects by other professors and professionals. So, and together, what do we, with other stakeholders in IM Europe, create? We have Esteem publications, we have the Esteem magazine, we have Esteem blog, we have research papers, all kinds of publications. We have research projects, and we have the IM conference, which doesn't want to show up. Okay, yes, there it is. So, IM conference. We just presented the report. The topic this year was sustainability in IM. First time that it was organized by a local group. As it was mentioned before, I will go very quickly. We have local group and Esteem's partners, speakers, roundtables, workshops. The goal of this event is to, it's an event that doesn't focus on Esteem, but focus on IM or in an IM topic, and it's open for everyone. Okay, so about IM conference, a small reflection on it. I already answered the question, but the biggest problems were the coordination of the whole organization between me and the local group, and then the improvement of the concept, because it was the first time that we actually had it organized with the local group. The concept changed a bit to adapt to the local events that they were already organizing. How can you contribute to the IM Europe? First of all of you are sitting here, so good job. Then you can also join Esteem events, other Esteem events. You can educate your local group on this concept of IM Europe, that we actually contribute to something on the outside. You can contribute to entities inside Esteem. This afternoon will be a great opportunity to learn about it. You can present Esteem to your professors. You can contribute to other stakeholders in IM Europe. And last but not least, and actually my favorite, you can fill surveys and share them. Why should we care about it? I will go very quickly, I know I'm over time. Esteem is based in this environment. This is where we grow. We are all contributing to the connections inside it, as I said. Whenever you meet another student, you are contributing to these connections. And in the end, if IM Europe is moving forward, Esteem is also moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for a couple of questions. Yep. First the delegate, then Sarah.
Hello, David Barrero, LXIV. You started your presentation saying the connection with IM and all the Francisca Trigueiros raised their hand. So I wanted to ask you, how... Okay, well, so delegates didn't.
David, can you repeat a bit louder?
Okay, so my question is, how do you think you can raise awareness of IM in Europe in STEAM? Because I think a lot of people don't really get the concept.
I think that the concept of IM Europe is learned when we share our projects, what we do with the outside, when you meet others. So you actually understand that yes, we are all esteemers, but we are also esteem is not the whole world. There are a lot of other people who actually care about this, a lot of other associations. So having contact with them through different events, initiatives, projects, by sharing them, it's the way to raise awareness.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. Sarat?
Sarat Gudanyata, Ercan Karabiken. Would you be able to concretely tell us what's Esteem's role in facilitating research in Esteem? I mean, how does Esteem contribute to research in Esteem? Like giving platform, like sharing them on somewhere, or what are we doing concretely to help research?
Can you wait 5 minutes because
yes,
it's in the next presentation? Yes.
All right. It seems there is no other question. Oh, the delegate here. Thank you.
Matias Junttila, LG Lappeenranta. Is the plan to have the IEM conference still organized by local groups?
Yes, I think that's the IEM conference should still be organized by a local group, at least to understand how the concept can be different. This year it was a local event that was adapted to make it IEM conference. I really think that it has a huge potential. It can look very different being organized by a local group or by Central Esteem. I think both have huge value and we should still try out again.
Thank you very much. Then I suppose I can close agenda point 50, IM Europe. And I open agenda point 51, education in Esteem, and we'll have Joanna with us for a bit longer. Best counsel. Technical. Sorry? Not a technical. Okay.
Oh, I mean, I don't know, but now I got a question as you closed the agenda point.
Okay, I suppose we can in the meanwhile, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so Chris from LG Dansk asked, what do you think about the online realization of the event? Do you think it's a good format and that LG applying for the next IM conference could go for it as a go-to format?
Good question. I think that IM conference is an event that aims to be very big, and this team already has a lot of big events. So I would say that definitely IM conference should have online components, either hybrid or having some online offerings to make the event more accessible. At the same time, I think that we can gather people offline for IM conference. So I would imagine in my mind right now an event with like 40 esteemers offline and having online offerings at the same time. For example, parallel workshops is something that could work. So I would say online is not the go-to format. It works, but other things can be tried out.
Thank you very much. I will have to ask you to be a bit slower during the answers.
I'm very sorry, Secretary.
Well, they're very fast, just not that fast. All right, then suppose now we can go with the other presentation. Yes, so the point is 51, education in STEAM. Joanna.
Okay, so same rule for the previous presentation. If I say the words, you can all clap and wake your neighbors up. So, why? Okay, so why is education a core area for STEAM? Education is one of the areas that allows us to focus on our vision to be the connector of IM students with an IM Europe. You just heard me talk about it. It allows us to have an impact outside. It is one of the ways to have the interconnection with our stakeholders, and it contributes to our external image. What areas do we have inside education? First of all, I'm going to talk about external relations. Small notes. This is not the whole external relations in STEAM. I'm going to talk about external relations for education. We have the development of IM and the value we provide to students. This time, in this presentation, I also included the structure of how we work, of how the area of education is working, because we had quite some changes regarding the event-based partnerships. I will explain everything. So, external relations. We work with a lot of partners. Let me start by presenting EIAL, the European Institute for Industrial Leadership. This year, with them, we were developing the Future Leaders Dialogue. It was an interactive online conference that aims to create a dialogue between students and industry to understand why is there a gap and how it can be solved. The event had two main parts. The first part was about the skills that students need to enter a career in industry, and the second part about the attractiveness of industry. The event was organized by quite some companies and students' associations, and we spent the whole year preparing for it. And 10 STEAMers attended. This number, it's because it was the maximum number of people we could take, so it's very good. And we had one panel speaker, Nezi, previous VP of Education. With CEPI, we started a new project. The project regarding online education, the transition to offline or to hybrid again, and how students adapted to it. And we also have preferred projects. This year we focused on understanding how we can actually use the tests, the preferred tests for other STEAM events, and how they can be kept in the network. And they, for both of these projects, they were integrated also in Zooming in. With EPIM, they provide a lot of guidance for our projects in general. Every time we need, they are very supportive. And they give us a lot of connection with individual professors. So individual professors that want to develop a project, EPIM directs them to us. What is going to happen with EPIM soon? There is EPIM conference in Graz in June. The focus of STEAM's presence there will be communication and about new projects, and especially a topic that I've been wanting to work on for a long time. How can STEAMers promote EPIM to their professors? This will be the topic to bring to the conference. And then we are working with them for 3 years now on a project for the creation of a new master's, and we are currently in the last year. Regarding these partners that I presented, we sent them a feedback form, and they all said they were very satisfied with STEAM, with the communication and with the projects we developed with them. Regarding the development of IM, STEAM wants to be a provider of knowledge about the state of IM in Europe. We have a committee that works particularly in this area, the Professional Development Committee, and they currently have 3 main research projects inside: the curricular analysis, career analysis, and student satisfaction. Focus of the projects for the year. We had to evaluate the scopes. The committee was established 2 years ago, and the projects were still the same. So we had to evaluate the projects, the length, and their sustainability, because STEAMers come and go, and the projects need to reach an end at some point. How we are collecting data was also re-evaluated, and we are focusing also on the creation of reports from previously collected data. That's why, and some people ask me why I didn't send that many surveys this year. We already have a lot of stuff collected, and we are focusing on using that before, without the need to collect always new information. Development of IM. We had an application for a project called PROSPER, which stands for Project for Sustainable Future Educational Resources for Engineers. The goal of this project is the creation of an introductory IM course for first year students, and the goal is to create the guides not only on what the course will include, but on how to teach it and how it can be implemented in different formats. The project has quite some partners, so 6 universities and STEAM. So this is actually a place, if the project is approved, where we will be the voice of IM students, because we are the only students association participating in the project. Regarding the value for students, apart from our services, let me go back, apart from our services that provides the value for students, especially here in the academic and career development areas, we have Zooming In, called Your Engineering Degree and You, about that aim to raise awareness of the projects and to hear the voice of students, but you will have a presentation fully about this tomorrow, I guess. We have InChange. During this year, we were working with InChange. They provide Global Student Challenge to STEAM. Global Student Challenge is a service inside the academic department. It requires we had 3 rounds of qualifications inside STEAM, and then the best teams proceed to the global final. Unfortunately, this year, two of the rounds didn't happen because we couldn't find enough students. Let me explain why. One qualification round is a full online training weekend, and for each training weekend we need to find 40 STEAMers that want to participate fully. So if we don't find 40 STEAMers, the qualification round is cancelled. That's why we only had one. Apart from this, InChange wants a lot of connection with professors, which STEAM was not providing. And in the same feedback form that we sent to partners, they stated that they were not happy with the communication. Since this struggle and the lack of interest from STEAMers has been, we are trying to tackle it for some years, we decided to not continue the partnership with InChange and instead, as we have here, focus on searching new event-based partnerships. I still don't have any concrete news to tell you, but we are looking for new ones. We also have Solonis. They will also present later today, and they provide workshops to STEAMers on process mining. We organized one workshop in January with around 70 STEAMers, and STEAMers give very good feedback on when we organize workshops with them. About the structure. We identified a problem. There were multiple people managing the same thing. So in order to bring more alignment to the network, to make a more efficient use of our human resources, and to be able to clearly position new initiatives that come in the future, we had to proceed with some changes. So we have the Vice President of Education, the Professional Development Committee, and we have Global Student Challenge. At some point during the year, all of us were managing event-based partnerships, which causes the teams and me to be doing the same work when we could have one team focus on all of the event-based partnerships. So that was what happened. Since the partnership with InChange will not continue, the team of Global Student Challenge will be integrated into the Professional Development Committee, where we already have some people managing event-based partnerships. Also, the ones that were managed by VP of Education basically everything will be together under the Professional Development Committee. That will now have 2 areas, the research, as you saw before, and the event-based partnership management. And that's it.
Thank you very much. We have time for some questions. We start with Sarat this time, and then the delegate in the front. Sarat, what? Same question.
What exactly is this team doing in research? Something like this, right?
How is it helping us?
Can you repeat the question, sorry, so that I can answer properly?
And please, for who's asking a question, please stand up so just that I can see you.
Serhat Gürgen Yatağı, Ercan Karabilkent. How is STEAM concretely helping STEAMers with research? They're just giving a platform, or like research is emphasized in education presentations or documents, but I don't see a concrete example of or a way of STEAM helping students in research. In what way are we helping? That's my question.
Okay, yeah, got it. So how does research contribute to each individual's life? That's a very valid question. We ask it ourselves a lot. because these projects aim to have an impact in the long term. So whatever we do today might not impact your life as a student, but it will impact the life of a student in 5 years, for example. Let's say that research about curricula started 4 years ago, and we are now, it helps us because we can assess the curriculums of other local groups. So the direct impact is if being involved in the projects, you learn a lot. Yes, that's the obvious part, but the impact of our research projects is a bit more long term. So let's say if we start a project about the creation of a course, none of us will go through that course because it's for first year students and we are all in university. It will create an impact on future generations.
Thank you very much. Was there a question here from the delegates? Yes. First here on the front. First here in the front. And here I see a lot of people standing, but we have 1 minute 20. What should we do? Do we want to extend or? No? No. Then I'm sorry, I have to take the ones from the delegates only for this time.
So it was Busquets from LG Barcelona. It's kind of an extension. Kind of an extension to the previous question. You mentioned research papers in the previous presentation. I was wondering if you can elaborate on that, because when you say research papers, I imagine like peer-reviewed articles published in index journals. I don't know if you refer to the same thing.
Yeah, so last year we STEAM actually produced research papers and presented in conferences. This year the focus, since we had to reevaluate the project, was more like actual reports, infographics. So yeah, our goal is to keep producing research papers. This year the focus was on the projects, but we mean the same. We mean research papers, white papers, and yeah.
Okay, yes, please stand up when asking questions, otherwise I cannot see you. I see you were like this from the beginning, but it's difficult.
Okay. Regarding to the other
Name,
questions,
surname, and local group?
Yeah, of course. Ece Özdağ, İstanbul Boğaziçi. And regarding to the other questions, they all ask questions about what research projects contribute to the STEAMers. Also, I want to ask additionally, how could STEAMers be involved in this research projects? Do you have any strategies or plans for future to involve STEAMers to this research projects?
Yes, thank you. Currently we were recruiting people into the PDC team to be involved in the research project. We decided that research should be more open because there are a lot of IEMers who want to contribute to research, but they are not STEAMers. So we will try an approach. It still needs a bit more planning because it came up recently. To actually contact local groups, the same way, you know, how local groups find teams for times local qualification. They don't focus just on their members, but on their university. We are going to try something similar so that local groups can promote one specific research project so that people can be involved in to more members.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the question from the delegate from Eindhoven.
Starter Eindhoven. You mentioned that for GSC, the main reason why participants failed to attend was it being a weekend-long event. But can you think of any other reason why it has failed successively, why qualification rounds failed?
Before the answer, can you repeat the name for the secretaries?
Starter Eindhoven.
Thank you.
Apart from being a long event, we realized that many participants have access to similar opportunities to their universities or have to do it mandatorily for a course. Apart from that, the competition itself, it's a bit confusing and it demotivates people a lot. There is not a clear explanation, and it's not something that a team can fix. It's from the game itself. And apart from this, the feedback from the people who actually attended the first round was also not the best from their experience.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And as it seems we gather a bit more time, we can have one more question. I suppose it was Kai in the back.
Thank you. Kai Heine, Berlin. My question is regarding the aim and the organization and the degree basically that is developed. I remember a very nice presentation there in Famagusta like 2.5 years ago. I'm wondering about the updates so far on that. How is involved how STEAM is involved in the last year basically with that project, and what can we expect there in the future?
So the project will be finalized. STEAM was involved as a how can I put this in? So whenever opinion from students is needed, we are asked. This year there was no, they didn't send us any surveys or anything, so we are just invited to the conference to also receive the updates, but I hope I can share the report with you quite soon.
Okay, thank you very much. I suppose this was it. Thank you, Joanna. And I close agenda point 51, education in esteem. And I've heard we have one energizer. And immediately after, we're going to go with external presentations.
Hello. I don't need to do anything this time, but you need to stand up.
Or maybe you're too energetic now. Alright, so let's take our place. Nice. So I open agenda point 41, external presentation, and I invite Fabi to the stage.
Test. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Robin. I am here as representative ambassador for the German Association for Engineering Management, together with my two colleagues, Tim and Lukas. I am very happy to represent the German Association here as a partner association of this team. Because it's at the same time my first esteem event attending. You might already know our association within its German name, Verband Deutscher Wirtschaftsingenieur, or shortly VWI. It doesn't work. Okay. Within the next minutes, I want to give you a short overview about our VWE, who we are, what we do, and how our collaboration with this team looks like. So first, about the VWE. We were founded back in 1932 in Berlin, Germany, quite 5 years after the study program, our study program, Industrial Engineering and Management, started back there. We are the network for engineering management in Germany, and we are a professional organization covering both professional and the student side. And we are in the dialogue with industry, politics, and institutions, and our goal is to be a connector within industrial engineers in Germany. Who we are. Since we are a professional organization, we have right now 16 members of the board. 4 of those are student board members in order to cover the interests of our student members. And here we are, these are our 4 student board members right now. It's Jan Zimmermann, myself, Robin Striebel, Tim Liefer, and Lukas Uecker. We are mainly responsible for the student side of the VWE. We are elected at our council meeting in fall. We take different duties within the student side of the VWE, such as, for example, we are responsible for our national events, our committees, our regions, and partner associations, such as Esteem. Therefore, I'm the contact person for Esteem this year, and Tim is the contact person for our collaboration event with you, the Science Meets Economy. We will present the Science Meets Economy at the end of our presentation. Which activities do we have? You can imagine the VWE be like Esteem, or better said, Esteem like the VWE, because the VWE was a founding partner when Esteem was founded back in 1990. So our structures are quite similar. We have right now 42 local groups, student local groups. In our student side, here you can see a map of it, and 14 local groups are within those associations as Team and the VWE. So all German local groups except Darmstadt are right now as well a member of VWE. A brief overview about our activities we have. We have like a council meeting like yours, this time taking place in Heidenheim and Duisburg-Essen in fall. We have also like a case study competition, it's called Creati. We have the VWE 5 Kampf, which is an event where our local groups are competing within 5 different disciplines, and we have the Science Meets Economy as well as some online events like VWE Impact, our online summit, and initiative taking place before Christmas. Our collaboration looks like, since we are both interested in connecting the students of engineering management, our goal is to benefit from each other. So we have an agreement to join each other's events, and we have agreements within the trainers, and we support as a VWE as team financially to strengthen our collaboration. We are in regular exchange with your vice president of PR, Senna, and we are already looking to strengthen it with the new vice president elected here on the CN. Here a brief overview which events we can attend as VWEers and you can attend as esteemers. So we are your ambassadors are allowed to join our council meeting, shortly the HGV, and you can attend our VWE 5 Kampf events within Impact and our special collaboration event, the Science Meets Economy. Our ambassadors are allowed to join DCM like we are doing right now, as well as college and recoms. And our members are allowed to join the Summer Academy, U3D, Academic Days, and Business Booster. As I already mentioned, we are a German association, so therefore most of our events are held in German. So we created a special collaboration event, The Science Meets Economy. Therefore, more about this from Tim.
Yeah, hello from me as well. So we have The Science Meets Economy, which will take place in Stuttgart. I don't know if many of you know where Stuttgart is. It's in the south of Germany, with a lot of big companies from different industries. So we thought about, let's do the Science Meets Economy with the topic sustainability in the different or the various branches of IEM. So we'll take a look at the social, ecological, and economic aspects of IEM there as well. And we will invite a lot of companies to have workshops. We'll visit some companies, and for sure there's also programming in the evening. It will take place from the 21st to the 25th of September this year, and steamers from all over are heartily invited. Yeah, as said, there will be a lot of workshops, lectures, case studies perhaps, as well as the leisure and the cultural program. So we'll get around in Stuttgart and the nearest cities around. Yeah, there are 30 places for steamers and 30 places for people from BWI. So it's a 50-50 mixture, and we're looking forward if you want to join. Yeah, thank you for your time. I think we'll just begin.
Thank you very much. For the question, we will have first another presentation, and then you will have joint questions. So I ask our guests to get comfortable again, and in the meanwhile, I will invite to the stage the representative for ESTEC.
Hello, hello. I'm here to tell you a bit about ESTEC, the Electrical Engineering Students European Association, with the C. I'm Julian. I am a member of ESTEC for about 4.5 years. Well, technically 5.5 years. I became active like 4.5 years ago. I'm in computer science, and yeah, right now I am active as an ambassador. ESTEC's mission is to empower EECS students. It's a bit different from STEAM, but it's also pretty similar, where EECS is electrical engineering and computer science. So the field of study is a bit broader. But otherwise, we also derive our vision from the mission. And that seems a bit more similar to STEAM, again, being the connector for ECS students. A bit of history. Originally, ESTEC was the Electrical Engineering Students European Congress, so that's where the C comes from. And we were founded a bit earlier, 1984. And right now we have 2 associations. So there's one in Delft and one in Zurich, because we are moving right now, and if nothing goes wrong, one of them will be dissolved in 2 weeks, which is really exciting actually. But it's not on the slide yet, because it didn't happen yet. In size we are, I guess, similar more to the VWI than STEAM. We're a bit smaller. We have 46 cities in Europe. We're also a bit worse set up in the north, which is a bit unfortunate, but otherwise I think we are also a very well distributed network. I also brought a slide with our values. If you are interested in those, for us values are defined a bit differently, I think. These are the values that EastTech as an association brings to its members and the EECS students in general, and less the things that we value in our members. But still, I found it very interesting to bring these here as well. Oops. Otherwise, there's of course a couple naming differences. We have congresses, not council meetings. We don't have local responsibles. We have contact persons. But on the other hand, well, before we get to events, I also brought a few slides of the structure, which is also quite similar. These are the bodies of EastTech, which are the entities that can actually make decisions. One of them are the organizing committees for congresses or council meetings. On the other hand, there is, of course, the board and the General Assembly being the highest decision-making entity in our association as well. We have a lot of teams, similar to your committees. A couple very similar topics are tackled here as well. IT team, for example, that we all need, I guess, in our student associations. There's a few other positions, such as ambassadors, which are called board assistants, and these are too small to be considered teams, so they have like a special name, I guess, in our association. And finally, we also have projects which are between committees and services, I guess. These are groups that work on a specific project, therefore the name project, instead of multiple projects on a similar topic. There is, on the other hand, not as much or a wide variety on topics. When it comes to academic events, we usually just distinguish between academic workshops, operational events, advanced work skills workshops, and then the more party-oriented events here, such as motivational weekends and exchanges, which are also different from your exchanges. In 2 weeks we also have our Congress here in Belgrade, and so I can stay here for 3 weeks, which is quite exciting. If you have any questions, I guess there's going to be some time right now. Otherwise, if you have something else, something about one of the departments that you were able to see on one of the slides, feel free to approach me. If you can't approach me because you can't find me because the event is too big, there's also some more contacts here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we will have time for a question. I invite Pauli back on stage. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our externals? Yes, we start with Francisca in the middle, delegate here. Is that a 2? It's a 1? Okay, after the delegate, we go back to the right.
So, Francisca Trigueiros, LG Porto. I was wondering about the FUNFCAMP, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. You said that it's a competition between LGs in 5 different fields. But what are those fields, and what is the aim of the event, and is it all in English? Because I saw that it is also opened for streamers, so I was wondering. Thank you.
The VW5-Kampf is a competition between LGs within 5 disciplines. Like I already mentioned, those 5 disciplines are, I have to remind us, fun, economics, sport, technology, and one is missing, isn't it? I will go back to this if remind it, and it's mainly will take place in German, but there's also the possibility if you want to attend it, or if there is like a LG from his team applying it to make it in English.
Thank you very much. So first we have the question in the far right, then we have the delegate, then we have Fabian. Yes. Name, surname, local group.
Hello. Okay. This is Gülce Azmioğlu from LG Ankara Backend, and I have a question for İstek. You mentioned Soft Skills Academy and trainings.
Can you speak a bit louder in the microphone?
Okay. You mentioned Soft Skills Academy and trainers, and what's the difference between from STEAM training-based events? And what about participation fee? Thank you.
I didn't get the last word.
And participation fee. Difference in the event and participation fee.
I see. Yes. I am not quite familiar how the STEAM training events are structured. Soft skills academies are specifically usually around a week where a multitude of training sessions on soft skill topics are being organized. All of them are free for the participants. For other academic events, we also offer them for free to the participants from all over Europe, which does result in more fundraising that needs to be done. But yeah, we try to have everything academic related free.
Thank you very much. And we have a question from the delegates, and then we have Fabian in the very back.
How you doing? Ole Hang, LG I have like a small follow-up on the question from Franziska. Were there any STEAmers or like international people participating in the VWE, any VWE, I mean HGV or like any VWE events lately? Do you have any numbers, or were they none because they maybe say it's in German and yeah, of course you can, as you said, you can change it, but probably it's not that like likely for international people to go there, and then they have to change the whole event in English just for them, just for 1 or 2 people. Like yeah, maybe you can tell me some numbers or.
Our council meeting, there were within the last year some ambassadors of this team, mostly people from Germany within the board or within who have quite a good background within this team, and yeah, it is a problem, yes, but we created the Science Meets Economy especially for that case, that we have an event held in English so that STEAmers can participate there probably, but due to not so many applications, the last Science Meets Economy didn't take place in 2021 due to COVID, due to not so much applications.
So to clarify, Science Meets Economy would be in English either way?
Yes, it is in English, totally.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you pass the microphone behind you just for a very quick too, please? Then we have Fabian in the back and the delegate in the front.
So in Hamburg we have like some international students from STEAM, and they are also coming to our VWE STEAM events, or also VWE events. So yeah.
Okay, can you say name and surname and local group for the secretaries?
Fritjof Bobka from LG Hamburg.
And also the question.
Again?
Yes. Louder for the secretaries.
So we have like STEAM, international STEAM students who are participating in events in Hamburg quite often.
Okay, thank you. Then Fabian in the back.
Fabian Silva, HG Darmstadt. I just felt like clarifying that Darmstadt is part of the VWE. At least I hope you didn't kick us out yet. I think Paderborn is not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So to clarify, they are not excluded. No, okay. Thank you very much. Then we have the delegate from the front, and we take the last question from the delegate from Seville afterwards.
Maria Franschel, LG Darmstadt. I cannot recall to ever seen an event on the portal from VWE except for Science Meets Economy. So how would the application process for someone from his team apart from Germany look like?
Perhaps the best way would be to reach out to the board. So just write us an email, write us on Instagram, WhatsApp, whatever, and we'll find a way to make you participate.
Okay, then last two questions from the delegates. First, the delegate from Seville, then the lady in front.
Hi, I'm David Barrero, LXIV. I have a question to ISTEC. Which event can STEAM join of ISTEC, and how the process of joining, like participating, will be like?
Okay, so most events are exclusive to ISTEC members. Of course, we invite ambassadors to our congresses. We have been trying to open more spots for partner associations in regional meetings, for example. Although that was on a case-by-case basis and usually a very short time frame before only we could open the spots. Actually, didn't go quite as well as we wanted, but that is one other point. And then for local events, they are usually open to everybody currently present, which is usually the students of the university. But if you were to happen to be in a city where they currently have a soft skills academy, then you could also join that, for sure.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we don't have time for a two. We'll go with the last question from the delegate.
Öykü from İstanbul Yıldız, and my question is, could you please inform us how the relationship with STEAM is going for you all, and are you satisfied with the partnership? So, thank you.
I didn't get it. Can you repeat it, please?
Okay. Could you please inform us how the relationship with the STEAM is going for you all, and are you satisfied with the partnership? It's for you, both of you.
So from my perspective, the cooperation is going really good. We started the mandate pretty strong, trying to connect different departments, different committees and teams from different associations, which has been, I think, to a large degree, very successful in helping with knowledge exchange. And other ways, the communication is going really smooth, as far as I'm concerned. So from my perspective, it's a very good year and a very good collaboration. Yes.
For the BWI, I think we're quite satisfied as well. We started with communicating with SEMA like every 3 months, I think, or 2 months. So I think it could be, we can improve always, but I think we are quite in a really good way now to have a strong relationship.
And Istek, could you repeat the last concept just a bit louder for the secretaries? Just the very last concept. That's a very short span.
The communication is going smooth, so as far as I'm concerned, I'm very happy with the collaboration. I think that was the last part I said.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, this was all. Thank you very much to our external, 5E and Istek. And I close agenda point 41, external presentations. And just as a reminder for presenters to sit on front if you have to present in the next part of the GA. And for who really wants to ask questions, try to stand up earlier. Otherwise, I have to give priority to, well, who was faster, let's say. Are there any announcements to be done? Oh yes. Stolen flags, name tags, and anything else in the Steam Spirit way can be brought here on the stage during the break, please. Yes? Speaking of which, now we have a break and we have to be back here at 11:10. 11:10. And have fun. See you in a bit. Please be
see the video in last year? The stand for merchandise and then give the money. So maybe like you can give me the money and I can get your merchandise. That makes sense.
I will watch how much you bought. Sorry that I interrupted.
Guys, can you please take your seats quickly, please? And organizers, can you help us to bring people from outside? We are short in time. Guys, please take your seats, please.
Nešto, bolje sedi od morja, većina. Što posle kad ti budem dala, gledam kako ćeš staviti. Samo vidi kad se ono smete gore. Da bi se što. U stvari, bolje se bilo da sam
Guys, please take your seats quickly. Please, please, please.
I oni mogu poslije pitati.
And then we made a funeral for the after party. And so you're invited to that after party.
Please, everyone, take their seats.
Can we also close the doors?
Guys, please, please, please. Okay. Quick. Guys, now it's the fun time. It's punishment. Yay! Fun time. So we are gonna do the board serenade right now. People that were announced, you need to stand up, do the karaoke. We will have a song for you. And can I call the publisher here to read the names of the people that were sleeping? And then can I ask you to come to, yes.
Alright, so let's see who should come to the front.
Please quiet, please be quiet.
When I call you, please come to the front. First we have the whole LG Lyon. Then we have Paderborn. Then we have all of the trainers. Thank you, sir. We have Water Group Bremen. Activity Week team. Then we have another flag. Belgrade. Belgrade to the front. Then we have some people. We have Mary. We have Sude again. We have basically half of the Turkish people here. We have Arish. We have Max. Max LG Eindhoven. Then we have Nujin LG Liège. Bowie from Budapest. Mirjana from Novi Sad.
Guys, can you make a line like this?
Beril from Istanbul Yildiz. Doğa from Ankara Birken. And then the Punisher has some more to be called.
Yes, please listen to Punisher.
Technical, yes? No. If you're a trainer, you come with it. Yeah, you do it on an empty table. Come. And all of the people from Belgrade, not some of the most courageous people from Belgrade, all of the people from Belgrade. Technical.
Guys, okay.
Does someone have the flag of Seville? Flag of Seville?
And guys, by the way, if you are stealing flags or especially name tags, please either bring them here or give it to the people who own them because they are looking for it and they are not able to find those. Does anyone have the local Liège flag? No. Okay, so now, guys, please be quiet. Guys, please be quiet. Can you be quiet? Okay, now I am giving word to the Punisher to read the names of the people that were sleeping during here.
Okay, so hello everyone. I have some photos from everyone. Thank you all for the collaborators on Telegram. However, there are many photos that indeed guys are close, but I cannot be sure that they're asleep. So I only collected the ones who are very obvious. So I'm calling up to stage Arda from ITU.
Guys, yeah, please, we don't have that much time.
Chris from Ghana. Mehmet, sorry. Nissan. Johanne from Eindhoven. Arthur from Kaiserslautern. Oktay. Sila from ITU. Delegate from local group Basa. Delegates from local group Belgrade. Delegates from local group Izmir Economy. And delegates from local group Belgrade. Alright.
Thank you.
Yes, technical. Right now? Sorry, didn't enter on time. Just another technical. From now on, the new Punisher would be Zeynep Ezra from Family Ladies.
Perfect. She's not here, but she will be there.
And your race? She will be the new one, okay? She's my successor.
Perfect. And guys, I can see some trainers that are not here, so I invite them to be on the stage with the rest of the trainers. So the punishment called board serenade. We will put a song as karaoke and we need to serenade to us. But it's board serenade. That's the punishment is. So you here.
Breaking the rules is not a beginning concept. And if I have the name tag in my hand, I am the right.
Yes, you've explained.
All right, take your seat, please. So now I open agenda point 40, proposal for changes in the internal regulation. Okay, we need someone that speaks Serbian on the stage, to the admin. And I open agenda point, technical. Agenda point 40, proposal for changes in the internal regulation, and I call Celine to the stage.
Okay, hello everyone, and thank you for the song. Today we came up with quite much internal regulation changes to you, and I will ask for your full attention during the presentation. To make it easy for everyone to understand the presentation and also afterwards continue discussing, from this QR code you can access the presentation and propose changes, so I will wait for some seconds for everyone to scan. Four, three, two, one. Okay, I guess it's fine. If you want to, if you don't have access, just let me or someone who has know and ask for it. Let's start with the first proposal. For the part about the CMs in the agenda points, we have two main sections. One of them is about what do we need to have in every council meeting, and the other one is about what do we need to have once in a year. But actually, we need to have the financial report and the audit report by the financial controllers twice in a year, one for half-year realization and the other one is for annual realization. So, first proposal is adding another section and stating that they need to be an agenda point twice in a year in the council meetings. Second proposal, for the motions. Through the year, while we were checking archive, we saw some motions that we are not quite sure about the time span, are they still valid or not. And to the IR, which is about the validity of the motions, we want to add a point for a motion shall be valid for the specified time frame, which is stated in the approved proposal. So in the future, we are not going to have the trouble of basically understanding the time span of the motion which will be proposed, and the validity of the motions will be clear for the future. And also another regarding the council meetings. So basically, internal regulations should be feasible for statutes as well. So they shouldn't have any points which are conflicting or not allowing each other to apply any other points. But we have a trouble with that at the moment. So basically, according to statutes, boards is actually able to announce a GA later than 6 months. But according to IRs, it needs to be signed 6 months before the previous CM. So to avoid the conflict between statutes and the IR, we propose to make the change for has to be signed by a steam and that 28 days before the General Assembly. So then IRs can follow the statutes. And there were some minor grammar mistakes. Instead of responsible external contacts, responsible for external contracts. And for the VP of Education, there was again responsible for part was missing, and we wanted to fix these little mistakes as well, since we will be already proposing changes for the IRs. And I can call it as a second section of the IR proposals for the CM, budget, financial controllers, and the annual accounts. So the problem that we found out with this IR is that in the current internal regulations we have, if the budget is not approved, the last year's budget shall be used. which is not the best case for an association to continue its financial activities because budgets should be created according to that year and depending on that year's conditions. So we want to change the point of using last year's budgets by board shall adjust the budget and present it again during the GA, and GA can't be closed before the budget is approved. Here we believe that board and council are going to be able to have enough time to discuss, and council can already demand some changes in the budget with the motions. Also, there will be a vice president of finance and the board are creating the budget earlier, sending it to the next network 28 days before the CM. So everyone has enough time to check the budget and raise their concerns until the CM too. And the second, and the second change we have is after the 7 days deadline, if there is a change needed in the budget, this is still not fully blocked, but final budget should be sent 7 days before the CM. In this case, for example, if there is a change demanded by someone or the board during the GA, members cannot have access to the new budget proposal. So it is just a presentation on the stage, but board is not supposed to send a new proposal to the members. And yeah, just to be sure that every member has the final budget proposal in their emails or whatever in the way that they can really understand it. We want to add a point for the board shall send the new budget to the members before it's presented at the General Assembly. So there is still time to publish the changes in the budget until presentation starts. So during the presentation, everyone will have the document on their hands as we have now with this presentation. And yeah, a little bit of a grammar mistake, and also just since a couple of times already we discussed about the case that boards can have more than 2 GAs in the year. In the current IRs, we don't it is only stated as they need to be approved at the next GA. And from the very beginning of the year, we already have 3 months that we are not using an approved budget. So just to be sure that there will be a budget which is approved as soon as we have a GA. We want to replace the next with first, and also at the financial year after the General Assembly. So yes, you will see the final proposal at the end of this part. So yes, first General Assembly of the financial year will be replaced instead of the next General Assembly. And yes, after the couple of changes that I mentioned, the IR is going to look like this basically. There's an additional point here, but the whole, you can see the whole picture bigger there, easier in this slide. This one is just for the replacements. Since we will be, adding changes, some of the order and the length of the IRs is changed. There is no actual change there, but just a number in the document. So this is not going to affect the way we work or something. Just to make it clear that numbers are going to be, we need to vote with the numbers of the IR changes. And the other points about the realization. Yes, basically, the next board should have the financial overview of the network to create the upcoming year's budgets. And in the current case, since realization deadline and the budget deadline are quite close to each other, we face the situation of budget and realization being sent together. But actually, in case the board and members have the realization earlier than the budgets, then there can be better discussions on the budget, and the board can create the budget according to realization, because it's a tool which really helps you to create the next year's budgets. And for that, we want to add the previous deadline to sign the realization to financial controllers was 1st of October. We want to basically pull it to 15th of September, a little bit earlier, and have the deadline to send it to members for 1st of October. So there was no afterwards, Vice President of Finance shall send final annual accounts on the 1st of October, which will be presented in the upcoming General Assembly. And the other point about this IR is, according to Dutch law, annual accounts should be approved, but it wasn't something that we have in the IRs, and we were not voting for annual accounts. The realization was serving discharge of the board as a whole inside the voting under discharge, but there was no separate voting for that part. But we actually need to follow the Dutch law. So here we will add the point of the annual accounts and the financial reports have to be approved at the General Assembly. The approval of the annual accounts by GA will serve as a basis for discharge of the board. In the event of any incorrect information in the statements, which may be evidenced later on, the discharge of the VPF will be reversed, which means budget and realization findings in general are something which board can control as a whole, and responsibility can be shared here. But for the bookkeeping especially, it's only the responsibility of VPF. And if there is a missing invoice receipt, etc., to avoid that situation, this is not something that the whole board can control or have knowledge on. So because of that, in this case, we kept separate VP of Finance and the board discharges in this IR after we had the realization approval. This is just change in order, another change in order, another change in order, and now we can receive the questions.
Technical?
Francisca Trigueiros, LG Porto. Can you put the QR code again, please?
And we have another technical in the front. In the front.
Maria Gazebo, Can
you speak louder?
Yeah, yes, sir. Can we also have some time to read them because there are too many and we're just running?
Some time what, sorry?
To read what was proposed. Just like 2 minutes or 1 minute.
Yes, the proposal for the question actually we have is that we can basically go IR by IR and receive the questions in that order. So firstly we can start with that point. If you have any questions, we can receive them, and if not, we can go to the second proposal.
So do we do it now and we go slide by slide? Okay, so are there any questions regarding to this change that is on the screen right now? David?
Hi, I'm David Barrero, LXIV. Just an understanding. Twice an association year, that means that you are doing those reports every 2 council meetings, right? So you will be skipping like, easily.
Not in every 2. Half-year realization is the financial report which needs to be made here, and it's after this. It is for the 7 months of the financial year. So it has the exact time that we need to finish that. And since due to the schedule of CMs and the realization, it is basically occurring as twice in a year. But it doesn't. In the case that we have 4 CMs, it's not going to be again each and every twice CM. So it is only. In the end of February, we finished the half-year realization, and it needs to be reported to council once, and financial controllers needs to make the report accordingly, and once in a year the annual accounts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Elif, and then we have Francisca.
Thank you for the presentation, Elif Akıldeniz, Lighting Idealist. Can you please open the 10.5 realization part?
We will go
we'll go slide by slide.
So when we are on that slide, you can ask.
Francisca?
Yeah, Francisca Trigueiros, LG Porto. Can you please clarify what is the association period and why is it not written financial year?
Association means esteem. Twice an association year means twice a year. We could have also said twice a financial year. It doesn't really make a difference, but for this one it's not technically related to finance. So 10 points, IR 10 is related to finance, and this is more about the association. So that's why we chose for association year, and they already used it as well in the once an association year.
People, in the meanwhile, please keep the chattering for the break, especially if it is that loud. It's really difficult to hear the rest.
Can I have a 2?
The shortest 2 in history, please.
I think N seems, I know that you didn't change this, But it seems that N, it's like any association, and at least it should be twice the association year, so we know that we are talking about esteem and not a random association. But I know you didn't change this, but now that I'm looking, I feel like that. Just a comment.
Okay. Then, is there a question? Yes, so we have a question in the back.
Sude Yılmaz Atilla, local group from LXIV. Thank you for the presentation. I want to ask that could you inform us for the benefits of for each change of the sorry, I will ask again. Could you inform us the benefits of your proposals for each change?
Okay, for this one, basically, it's to clarify how things needs to be presented. So the reality we have and what is written in this file are not matching each other, and they need to do.
Okay, thank you very much. I suppose we can move to the next slide. Any questions about this change in the IR? I'll give you a moment to give it a glance. Yes? Anwar? And then Francisca.
Anwar LID LGBH. When you talk about specific time frame, does it mean that the motion should be walked on until that time, so until a specific date, or should the motion only be valid for a specific date?
For specific dates, not up to.
Okay, so it's not binding new.
It can be both. It can be both, but it needs to be specified. Like if you say, for example, up until the 1st of August, we want the board to do every day. They need to do 3 push-ups. It's also okay, but then it has a time frame. Like it's a real example, but it can be both.
Okay, so in your case, it's like it contains.
I just can say, okay, they need to do this somewhere.
Thank you very much. Now we have Francisca and then the delegate in the front.
No, I understood in the meantime, sorry.
Never mind, then we have only the delegate in the front.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but in the presentation I think you said that you came across a few motions where the time span wasn't specified, right? What will happen to those motions where the time span isn't specified now? The motions you came across.
Officially they are invalid, but I think most of the motions have had some action taken upon it, but officially they are invalid.
The big amount of motions we have are specifically on something regarding that association year or that council meeting, for example. So, like, that's not the very usual case, and most of them are already done. But if there is still an open one, that's invalid.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question regarding this specific change to the IRs? I take it as a no, so we can move to the next slide. New change. Any questions? Anwar?
Anwar LID LGBH. Here, so in the previous changes that we talked about, we dissociated the idea of a council meeting and a general assembly, and it seems that in that change you are again associated two. So first we talk about the organization of a council meeting, and then the fact that we link that to the fact that we need 28 days at a minimum to organize a GA, or in the specific case that we discussed yesterday, so I don't understand exactly the link here.
Okay, the council meeting is about the event, and this agenda point is specifically about, or the role IR is specifically about the council meeting and the organization of the event itself. So this is not linked to any general assembly, so not linked to any of the parts we're doing at the moment here. This is about the event that's, for example, this CM is organized by LG Belgrade. That's the part we're actually talking about is in this IR, and that's why it also says here council meeting instead of general assembly. So it's about the organization of the event and not the general assembly parts that we're doing during the day. Does
Thank you very much. Do we have a question from the delegates here in the center.
Francisca Trigueiros, LG Porto. What happens if a local group, in, for example, the case we are right now, that local group had to cancel and another one will be basically appointed by the board? Are you considering this case here when you mention after being elected, the elected board?
Okay, like for example, in the situation of LG Kiev, then they would have signed 20 days, 8 days after they have been elected in Seville. They would have signed this agreement. Then, of course, there was good reason to cancel this agreement, and then, like, yeah.
It was not that. But now imagine that local group X approaches the board and says, we can organize. The agreement will still be, and the board agrees with that. So it's not going really to be elected, but the council meeting will take place there. Will this still be signed 28 days after that agreement being done?
Yeah, because then the board is electing the council meeting, and in the statutes is also stated that if the council doesn't elect the new local group or somebody cancels, then the board can elect the next council meeting. So it's not elected by the council, but by the board.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I remind people, please do not chat while we have question time, or presentation for what you know. So are there any other questions for this change in the IRs? No? So I suppose we can move on. I'll give you a moment to read the new one, and then questions. We have one question from Arthur. Just one moment, Arthur. I'm sorry, are we staying on this slide? Because people are getting confused. Okay, about this slide here. Arthur, no? Okay, later, sorry. About this slide, this change, any questions? I'll give you some moments more. How about this one? Hey, you sure?
Yes.
Yes,
very
then
sure.
Arthur.
Alright, Arthur Michalczyk, LG Kaiserslautern. So I was wondering now, imagining or having in mind the council meeting, so the budget is getting proposed and then voted upon like at the 4th or 5th day, like something like that. How do you imagine like if it's getting rejected? Like do you expect the GA to be extended until the VP of Finance is creating a new one, or like I don't know, like council meeting has an organization, like has agenda and everything, and how do you expect, like where do we get the time from?
Even if we don't have it in the IRs at the moment, we already faced with the situation that we are discussing things regarding the budget or having several motions to change it during the General Assembly process still.
Sorry, could you slow down a bit?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you need me to repeat?
Okay. If possible, yes.
Even if we don't have it in the current IRs, we already faced with the situation of many motions or proposals by the Council and long discussions upon the budget, which also needed for the Council to communicate regarding the budget. And anyways, the Association should have the budget for that specific year, and there we believe that Council and the Board can mediate and agree at some point, because they need to be able to first, and if they are not, if this is causing a lot of troubles and lengthening the GA a lot, then in this case, such an extreme situation, this IR can be proposed to overruled, or there can be another GA which Board can call on. But we believe that it's not going to cause that many problems, and GA shouldn't be closed before having the final budget for the next year.
So we have first the two from Arthur, and then the delegate in the front.
Yeah, like maybe to specify it more, like of course, like in terms of making making the presentation on stage, like there we can find time. But what about creating the budget? Like the creation of a budget usually takes weeks, months before the General Assembly takes place. But now you're expecting that the VP of Finance comes up with a new budget like in 1 or 2 days. And when is that supposed to happen?
There will be draft budget sent 8 days before and the final 7 days before. So during that time, members and board has enough time to communicate regarding changes they demand, and that should be everyone's responsibility and awareness.
And although it's not making a completely new budget, we assume that if people reject the budget, they have a specific change that they want to see. And with the specific change, it's of course easier to implement it actually in the budget, and I still have time for it to present a new budget again.
We have two here in the front. Then Anwar.
Okay. Luis, LXIV. Don't you think that this could act as a somewhat bad incentive, that in a way that it could make the council like vote for the budget even though they don't completely agree with it, just because you don't want to extend the General Assembly?
The motivation of this changing this IR was kind of the reverse, because the council is usually aware that using last year's budget is not a feasible case at all, and probably anything else better almost is better than using another year's budget for the current year. So actually here, in my opinion, the point of using last year's budget is the incentive for council to vote for yes for the budget without less criticism.
Can we have a very short two?
Yeah, it was more about that it has to be during General Assembly and not about using the former budget.
Yeah, but it's like we also hope that boards realize now that you can present this on the last day of GA, because indeed if it's then gets rejected and voted upon, or it's rejected, then you will indeed be in like a sort of a time pressure, and you have to present it really fast, or we will be sitting till 8 or something in the night. So we really hope as well that boards realize, okay, we need to present this at one of the first days of the GA.
And as a technical from my side, how many other changes do we have? How many slides? Okay. 4. All right, then I suppose we can only take the two from Anwar.
It was the same, so...
Never mind then. Arthur, is it urgent? Yes, then.
So, like, a budget also needs to...
Sorry, can you just...
Yeah, Arthur Mihalczyk, LG Kaiserslautern, and a budget also needs to be legally compliant and everything, and for this we have the financial controllers. How do you want to ensure, because it already happened that at the council meeting financial controllers were not present, so also in this time frame, in this very little time frame, how do you want to ensure that they have enough time and capacities to check it properly, like the new budget proposal, and also sending their findings in writing to the council, like that it's properly transparent to everybody?
Like, okay, part of the position of financial controller is of course being present at council meeting first. This is one of the, we're getting elected to be here. And of course it can happen that not both of them...
Can you be also a bit slower with the secretaries?
It can happen that not both of us or neither of us will be here, like that's indeed the case, but then I still assume that both of them take out some time in case something comes up and they can work on it remotely from their house and still inform the council about it. I don't think that will be a problem if there is enough time separated from like the last day of GA and the actual problems arising around the budget.
Thank you very much. I suppose we have to change slide, people, even if you have more questions, because we have 4 more slides and 7 more minutes. Sorry? Yes, but if we want to extend the time, I'm completely fine with every 2. But otherwise, we have to move on. You tell me. Okay. Okay. Any questions about this change in AR? I'll give you some moments to read through what it changes, and then questions about it. Oh, I heard a wait, so I suppose they want to go back to the first one. Raise a technical in this case, please. Any questions about this one? No? Then I suppose we can move on. Any question about this one? This one. In the meanwhile, please, people with the sunglasses, we know you're sleeping, so you can wake. Hello? Thank you. Wake up your neighbors just in case. Any questions about this change in IRs?
Technical.
We have technical. Oh, sorry. Yes. And then Mary in the back.
Maria Funchal. Maria Funchal, LXIV. Can you please not skip that fastly because I lost track, honestly. Huh? Which one? Honestly, I don't know even. just don't be that quick, please. Just
Okay.
Yeah, so let me say when we change slide. Just
okay. This one we discussed. This one there were no questions.
yes.
This is the proposal for the new 10.2. So the old 10.2 got split into two parts. So it's maybe also important to realize this. This is regarding the draft budget. And the next slide, 10.3, will be the new budget.
We had one question from the back. Can somebody give the microphone to Mary?
Hello, Doxy from LXIV and Gothenburg asked what prompted those changes in the IRs and why the focus in some of them as in the wording, like just generally?
Can you repeat the second part of the question?
Why the focus in some of them as in the wording?
Can you repeat the whole question?
What prompted those changes in the IRs? And why the focus in some of them as in the wording?
Okay, the first part is it, what was the reason is that when I was first starting as financial controller, we noticed with autos realization being finished quite late, we couldn't really finish our budget and that was really annoying. And so it actually started 1.5 years ago. And then we didn't have enough time to make concrete changes then. So this year we really focused on them, we worked on them at Finance Summit, we noticed some other things that still needed changes, but that was basically the start of what prompted the changes.
Thank you very much.
I want to add something.
Yes.
Motion was one of the points that we realized this year, and realization was something that we also know for more than a year, and which needs to be improved. Other than that, for the minor changes, etc., some of them just occurred when we were taking a look at the IRs to change other points. We realized, okay, that point is also not really following what we are doing or how do we work with the Dutch law. So some of them are more than a year, and some of them are just from the last Finance Summits and the latest discussions we had.
Thank you. So it seems we have no more questions for this slide. Oh, not this slide. Do we have time for general question afterwards?
Let's finish the slides first. I don't think that we will have it.
Any other question about this slide? No. I suppose we can move on to the next.
This one was the general view of the two different proposals that I shared in the previous slides. But yes.
We do Elif and the delegate from Seville immediately afterwards.
Hello, actually Elif Akyıldırım İstanbul IQ and Yıldız, but on behalf of Merve Aksoy İstanbul Boğaziçi, the previous VP of Finance, and she is telling that this change were faced with and discussed with people who were involved in finance area in STEAM. These changes are VP of Finance's responsibility and they will increase transparency for the council and push VP of Finance to be on time with their duties. Because in the last point, as we were discussing before in the slides, it is saying that for the General Assembly, you need to be prepared for the budget, and then if it is not approved, then you need to create another.
Sorry, Elif, can you slow down a bit.
Okay.
It's very quick.
Sorry. Then you need to create another one to be approved. So for this, actually, VP of Finance should be ready before the council meeting with different scenarios, and it is actually the case that we are also doing right now. So it is just making it for sure for the upcoming generations.
Thank you very much. About the slide, we take the last question from David.
David David Barrero, LXIV. The question is, which do you think which is the real impact of these changes? Because
can you speak a bit louder?
Yes, sorry. Which impact do you think will have these changes? Because I think most of the council are not done well and know about the budget process. So could you explain that more in your own words, please?
Are you asking for all of them or the one specific slide?
The
Okay,
one
then
of
I
the
can
slides.
move and explain one by one for that section. For this one, basically, if we don't have an approved budget from the CM, last year's budget will be used, and this is the case which is pushing council to limit the changes which can be done and the discussions that we can have during the GA. We want to be assured that council and board have enough time to discuss and finalize a specific budget for that financial year, and not to use a budget for another reality. So this is going to basically create a more realistic budget which council and the members are more involved. Okay. For this one, if there is a change in the budget after the 7 days deadline, members don't receive that budget with the email or something. So they can just see the presentation, but board doesn't have to send it to members. But we want to be sure that members have it in the document that they can read and understand the budget to see the change proposal, which will be the voted upon.
Thank you very much.
For this one, we want to assure that if there is usually the first CM is happening 3 months after the mandate starts, and it's already a time that's which means board is working with budgets which is not approved for 3 months. And we want to assure that if there's another GA earlier than that, budget should be approved in that GA as soon as possible. So as soon as there is a GA for that financial year association year, there needs to be a budget approval. This is same points about the specifying financial year. For this one, this is the
Celine, can you
overall
wrap it up a
of
bit faster?
Okay. And the problem that we want to solve in this one is realization is something which is taking a lot of time and mostly being completed in the last minutes, as that's true, and this is causing troubles for the next board to create a realistic budget. So we want to assure that they have the realization of the previous financial year early enough to have the overview of the financial year and create a budget according to their own year.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. Do we have other slides?
No, others are just ordered.
Okay, and then we had a question from Sarat, General 1, and I
There
would
was
like to
one more
take...
slide we needed to,
Sorry.
one more slide, because we ended at 10.3 and the new 10.5, yeah.
Sorry, do we have more slides or not? We do,
No, but we
okay.
didn't have an open question.
For this one. Okay, so any question about this one?
It's Julia Rattard from LG Ankara Beacons. I was wondering if you could elaborate a bit more on which cases the Vice President of Finance or the whole board's discharge can be reversed in this point.
For the Vice President of Finance, in case some of the invoices or the reimbursement forms are missing or not approved by the financial controllers due to several reasons, which are some untransparent transactions, and missing documents can cause a reversal of the Vice President of Finance. And for the realization, realization should be read upon the budget approval and the comparison of the accuracy and how meaningful the expenses which have been made in there. Something?
Arthur Mihalczyk, LG Kaiserslautern.
Sorry, is that a two? Because I think there was a list before.
It is a two, about the reversed part. So what's usually like happens when you have the discharge of a board or something, like you're getting discharged about what you have been transparent towards the council and towards what everything happened and what you also showed to them. Like if you're hiding something, then you're not discharged like from the very beginning. I'm not sure if it's really needed to have this reverse, because the rest of the discharge still stays there. Just the ones that you were hiding, that is not part of the discharge, and there you're still legally like you have legal liability on that stuff. Like I'm not sure if
it's legal responsibility if there is such a case that needs to be fixed and by the VPF, and basically that person needs to have a reverse discharge and fix things, then they can be proposed for discharge again. That's something which is already in the Dutch law, and this is going to basically add it to IRs as well. But it's something which has to be done anyways, even if we wouldn't have that change. So now we are making it clear and we are being sure that everyone read and aware of that situation.
Yeah, it's like part of clarification, but also what's meant with reverse is not that you go back to being the VP of Finance of the association. No, it's that you're like with your discharge, officially your legally binding responsibilities to a team are, you're not legally responsible anymore. And if we reverse the discharge, that means you're now legally responsible for this. But indeed, as Arthur said as well, if you're hiding money, if you transferred money to yourself, made fake reimbursement forms, fake invoices, then yeah, officially you're already legally responsible for this and you have to solve that.
Thank you very much. People, please lower the chattering. Elif, do you have still the question? No? Okay, very good. So we have no more slides, correct? Okay, then finally we have a question, general question from Sarat in the front. This is the last question. For anything else, please go to Pigeonhole. If someone didn't receive an answer for, say, yesterday in Pigeonhole, please raise a technical and let's remind who has to answer.
Sarat Tiganyata, Ercan Karabilkent. It's not really a question, but a clarification about a prior discussion. Early on, when you answered Francisco, you said in the statuses it states that the board elects. But the version I have in Article 10.3, it says, and I quote, unless at a previous General Assembly a location for the next General Assembly has been appointed, this location shall be chosen by the board. I mean, it might be outdated, this version, I don't know, but the version I have.
Can you speak in the microphone? Sorry, what article is it, Sarat?
10.3. 10.3.
10.2.
10.2 is something else.
10.3.
No, but it says like if nothing gets, the board chooses, but that also means like the local group gets elected, but it doesn't get elected by the council, it gets elected by the board. It's the same as chosen.
Okay, but for clarification, it doesn't say elected in the statuses, and there might be some, I don't know.
It's the same word.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Did you have the technical in the back?
Sort of.
That's scary. Okay, let's say it real quick. We're very tight on time.
Sorry, it's more a comment than a question, but I think it appeals to all of us. We are 150 people in this room, and we are asking about something that has never occurred in my 20 years of esteem history. So we're discussing something, we're spending 150 people hours on something that has never happened. Never ever have I seen a vice president of finance having any fraudulent receipts or anything. So just, Elias Local Group Old People.
Can you help us with the real thing, name, surname, local group? Elias Vaeda, local group?
Old People.
Yeah, the other one.
Inter Eindhoven.
I don't trust this guy, we'll check it later. Do we have a technical? Only technical, please.
It's about the voting procedure.
It's about?
The voting procedure.
Oh, then I suppose, yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So are we going to vote on everything as a whole or each proposal?
Each proposal.
Oh.
There will be separated points as you see in the slides, and yeah, you can just some of them can be voted for yes or no.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you very much, and I think this was it. Oh, thank you very much. If you have any other question, please use Pigeonhole. Please, people, be very attentive on it because I suppose there will be some questions. And a closed agenda point 40, proposal for changes in the internal regulations. And I open agenda point 42, progress in esteem. Oh, never mind, I don't open this point. Motion first. So Arthur, to the stage, yes. So this moment is fine, chattering, but when you start speaking, all right. I suppose we can shut up, or not. Technical from LXIV in the center.
Elif Akyıl'ın İstanbul Ayçen Yıldız. I don't know if you will like it, Giuseppe, but can you send the presentation from the casual chat of the motion? Like presentation of the motion.
Of the motion to the casual chat.
Yeah, right now, before the presentation starts. Or announcement, whatever.
Yes. Another technical from Mary in the back.
Just to inform that there is a question for ESTEC as well on Pigeonhole, so please go and answer.
Yep, so representative for ESTEC, you have a question on Pigeonhole. If you have a question on how it works, please approach Mary.
All right, so we just heard a very beautiful presentation about a very interesting topic in terms of internal regulation changes, and as you might have figured, like I'm not a big fan of the internal, like the change of 10.2, and in specific, okay. Now it works, perfect. So, and in specific about the point to change the, if the budget is not approved, the last approved budget shall be used, like from this one to, if the budget is not approved, the board shall adjust the budget and present it again during the General Assembly. The General Assembly cannot be closed before a budget is approved. So I personally do see quite a lot of problems with that on a practical side. Like I do agree on theory that using the old budget or the budget from a previous year doesn't really make sense. So it's not the best situation, and it also should be changed. But I think the proposal that is made here is creating problems on other fields that might be even, or that in my opinion are bigger than the problem we would have here. To elaborate, so I have in total 4 points, so going firstly into the time span. So the budget is voted upon during the council meeting and usually rather at the end, because you're presenting the budget, you're discussing the budget, and then you also have the voting for it. So in the past years it always had been on the last day. So I'm very strong, like I don't, like in my head I can't imagine like when the VP of Finance is supposed to manage to create a new budget, because we are not talking about specific changes, like raising a motion to change one entry, but to create a whole new document. Like creating a budget takes months. Like it's the biggest project that a VP of Finance has, and now it's expected to come up with a new budget in days, tops. Then, also very important here, like a council meeting has a very strict agenda, and it cannot be extended like infinitely. And because they are partners, there are, I don't know, reservations at restaurants or whatever, like there is a really a strict agenda usually. And this can also cause quite a lot of problems, and people also leave at some point. So you also cannot say, hey, this GA cannot end, because people have to leave and go home. Then, talking about the checking and transparency. So the proposed budget needs to be checked by the financial controllers. And also the members need to have enough time to look into the numbers that are presented there. Is the budget proposing? What is the budget? What is the board proposing? What do they want to invest money in? And if they are just changing the budget, like not only changing but creating a new budget, like when are members and financial controllers, especially the ones that are not present at a council meeting, supposed to check that? Like this is not really transparent, and this should also not be like that. Yeah, then also regarding the checking, the financial controllers are supposed to check for legal problems, to make sure that everything is correct and that we are not doing any fraudulent thing, and especially also thinking when we have a grants application or when we are when we receive grants by the European Commission, it's even more complicated because we then also need to align to what we have given by the European Commission. Like it's all a very complex thing, and the checking process needs time. Like it's there for a reason that a draft is sent out 28 days and then the final budget 7 days. Like creating something new on scratch, like at accounts meeting, difficult. Then also goal orientation. So, like what I personally perceived, especially during my budget presentation, that okay, we will disagree. Like I was proposing something and people were disagreeing, and the process went like that they were proposing specific changes. So this entry changes from 5,000 euros to €0. This entry changes from this amount to another amount, like really specific. What I see here with this proposal is that the responsibility and the encouragement is shoveled completely to the VP of Finance to come up with something new out of the box instead of proposing concrete changes to the budget. And last but not least, and this is also from my personal experience as VP of Finance, so already mentioned that the creation of the budget is like a process. It takes weeks, months. Like it's the first big thing that we are doing, that we are creating, and also the biggest one. First of all, getting the budget rejected is a terrible experience. Like it's hugely demotivating. It sucks extremely. I know what I'm talking about, like more or less. And then the VP of Finance has to work on something that he doesn't want to work on. Like you're pressuring him to something or her that that he doesn't want to work on, and qualitatively, like. This is more from a human perspective. It's if you pressure it too much, then usually what comes out is not the best outcome ever. And yeah, I personally vouch for you or encourage you to reject this budget. That's why I'm proposing to change the proposal of the budget from this to this one. So meaning. At the very end, like we can just focus on the last sentence here. Like the financial controllers shall report their finding in writing. If the budget is not approved, the board shall adjust the budget and present it again during the General Assembly. The General Assembly cannot be closed before a budget is approved. So this is what is proposed now, and I want to change it to this one. So the financial controllers shall report their finding in writing. If the budget is not approved, the last approved budget shall be used. Yes, it is not a perfect situation, but at least we have a document, a budget that has been checked legally by the financial controllers, so we are compliant to all Dutch laws and everything, like there's no problem about that. And in the end, all the other, like in theory, I also like the idea of, okay, let's create a budget like during council meeting to get it done, but practically I simply see it impossible to do.
Arthur, can you wrap up this? There is more?
Yes, it's the last slide. So, as said, I agree that this IR is not the best and should be changed, but the proposed solution is even worse, in my honest opinion.
Thank you very much. Now we will have questions regarding this motion, and we start with Elif, and then the delegates, and then Ugo.
Hello, thank you for the motion. Elif Akyıldırım İstanbul IT and Yıldız again on behalf of Merve Aksoy İstanbul Boğaziçi. Everyone from now on gonna apply for the VP of Finance position while being aware of the IRs and statutes that's made, like basically that's proposed by the financial controllers and also the current board. A new budget proposal should be prepared ahead while collecting feedback from people knowledgeable enough. You are saying you agree that using the old budget doesn't...
Elif, can you slow down a bit?
Yes. I can send it afterwards to you.
Yes, please.
Yeah. You are saying you agree that using the old budget doesn't make sense, but proposing the same. For example, from our year, basically 32nd and 31st, if 32nd board used the 31st budget, we would be in very big problem right now as the network. And a side note, even though we care about esteemers, budget cannot be decided with personal feelings, and that's what I concern in general. So if you have any comment on that.
Okay. Yeah. So I do agree. Like, it's not the best that we are using, or that in theory we are using the old budget, because also, like, one thing, this never happened so far. Like, we never got this far. And but I also think that the proposed, like, I'm not questioning that this IR is bad, but I'm questioning the proposed solution. I think it is even worse. It makes it worse, like, from a practical point of view. Like, and in terms of personal experience and personal point of view, like, I've been VP of Finance, and I also experienced it personally, like, quite heavily in that sense. So I also wanted to share, but if it's not applicable, then sure.
Thank you. Now we have the question from the delegate first.
Francisca Trigueiros, LG Porto. So just to clarify, if a budget is, with this proposal, if a budget is rejected, then we can still vote upon another budget if the VP of Finance decides to work on it, like, during the CM. But so we can still vote on another, but yeah, that's it.
Yeah, exactly. That happened in Famagusta. So yeah, like, not everybody was happy with what I was preparing. So we already prepared something in advance, like another version of the budget, and then we raised a motion to choose which budget are we now voting upon. And then one of them got elected, and then elected or voted upon, and then chosen, and then we just continued with that.
Thank you very much. Now we have a question from, no?
It was the same.
Oh, okay. Then we have first Mary in the back, and we have only 1 minute 30 left, so I think we have only time for another question after this one. If someone wants an extension, please raise a technical, and we ask for more time.
Hello. Anwar LXIV asked, it's technically to the previous, like, for Celine and the financial controllers, but
sorry, Mary.
Yeah, but
Anwar, is that how?
It's later, no problem.
Okay, it's saying never mind. Sorry. Then Sarat, and then Max. Please, let's make it quick so we can have one more.
So I think what's implied here is not that you start from scratch if you want to change it at the end of the council meeting, is that if you want to do a minor change, you can do it during the council meeting without having sent it prior to the council meeting. So something like this happened in CM Seville, where it was a point about leaders being reimbursed for some events, and then Celine's stated purpose didn't actually match what was in the budget. So it was like we needed to change only that part, but she couldn't do it without having sent it a long time ago, and basically we got the version that didn't match what she was saying.
And sorry, actually, before, in general, please people speak a bit slower so that the secretaries don't die on stage. Thank you.
Also, like you said, we prepared another version of the budget, but this situation could not have been anticipated because it was just a mistake or something. So she couldn't prepare another version that included that. I mean,
let's not have a discussion, people. Let's have question and answer, please.
Yeah, like, I think we need to think in two different dimensions. So ones are like minor changes to the budget, like specific entries, because this is what happened with Celine's budget. So there was one thing where people were arguing, or which was questionable, and then this was proposed. And this is way easier to be transparent about and to show what it is about, like, and what implications comes there. But here we are talking about creating a whole new budget. Like, this is a complete different dimension. It has then several entries included. It can get really difficult to be fully transparent towards the council and towards the members, and especially towards the people that are not there. And if you prepare something in advance, so in Famagusta we already had the other version of the budget also in advance prepared, and we also sent it with both versions of the budget we sent out also 7 days before of the General Assembly. So yeah, I hope this answers your question.
Thank you very much. Is that a personal too? Yeah, no. I mean, from people not here, just Region Hall, then yes, let's just make it very short. And we only take the question from the people that are standing up right now, and then we move on.
Thank you.
We have been awarded more time already.
Elif Istanbul IT and Yıldız. You told that the VP of Finance should come up with a new proposal for the budget, but VP of Finance actually with the points that they are proposing right now, VP of Finance should be prepared way before from the council meeting, and they need to ask the feedback from people so they can already collect all of the concerns from council who will be there during the council meeting, and then they can actually prepare their proposal more than one. It's not coming up with huge new budget. It's just changing the super small concerns when you have the feedback way before, right?
Yeah, it already happens, or sometimes it happens that big things that have a big impact on budget happens very on a short term. So in CM Warsaw 2000 something, when Robert was presenting the budget, he just got to know a rather short amount of time before that the year before had a huge loss of 17,000. He was not able to change the budget properly, the whole budget, to adjust it. He also presented the one that he already had prepared at council meeting Warsaw, because it was not possible for him to change to a real worst case budget. So.
I agree definitely.
Sorry. Let's not have conversation here, and please, people, wake up your neighbors, especially delegates. I know it's a tough discussion, but let's try to,
Just super small, one sentence.
One sentence.
Yeah, I know that it is important, for some cases, definitely we should consider about it, but VP of Finance shouldn't be the one who is deciding upon it. The council should be deciding upon the new budget approval.
One sentence from Arthur, if you have any answer, or?
Yes, and yeah, of course the council decides, but in the end there can be also a different solution. So what I'm already thinking about is to have an IR that says okay, then the board needs to make a new online general assembly 1 month after the, I don't know, rejection or whatever, to change it. But there are different ways.
Sorry, we have really to shorten up. Max, did you have the question still? Okay, very good. So we have the delegate first, then Esin, and then we move on.
Daiko Farah from LXIV. My question is that I think this discussion might be a little bit contradicting. So, are you against all changes to the budget, or are you just against the fact that the whole budget is remade?
No. I'm not against making a new budget or making about the budget itself. I'm against the process that is proposed here.
If you're fine with proposing changes, but not against making a whole new budget.
Yeah, I think there can also I think it's also important then to make a new budget, but it's not possible to have it in this general assembly, in this council meeting. And I think another possibility would be something to as already mentioned, to summon a new general assembly, just having 2 hours general assembly for a new budget, 1 month after, instead of this.
Thank you very much. Very last question from Esin.
Yeah, it was actually a follow-up on the previous question. I was just going to ask, is this new proposal restricting that the VP of Finance cannot propose still the last year's budget if they cannot create a new one on time? They can technically still propose the last year's budgets, right? So it's not restricted.
Yeah, it's possible, definitely, but I think it's just creating a bigger mess, in general, especially in few years, people will forget about it, and then more pressure comes upon the VP of Finance. It makes things more complicated, and here we have a clear statement. So we have one last voting for a budget. Either it gets rejected or not, accepted or not. If it gets accepted, then fine. If not, then we already have it. Instead of making another motion or another presentation or whatever, it makes it easier. This is more goal-oriented, to have it finished with this voting. Otherwise, it's
Arthur, can we wrap it up a bit?
Getting bigger and bigger, and then
Thank you very much. That was it for that discussion. I know there may be more questions. Please use Pigeonhole. People who are into this discussion, please be aware that there will be questions there. And then we move on. Thank you very much, Arthur. Okay, now we have an announcement from Celine.
We will have the voting for motion tomorrow, so during the day and until the voting session of tomorrow, you can ask your questions on the Pigeonhole, and still have enough time to discuss with people for your concerns.
Thank you very much. That being said, now for real I open agenda point 42, progress in STEAM, and I ask Ugo and Salim to come on stage. Technical in the middle.
Hello, I am David Barrero LXIV. Regarding the voting procedure, regarding the voting procedure, are we gonna first vote on this motion and then on the proposal?
Salim, do you want to answer to this one? Yes.
Tomorrow's voting session will only include the motion, and according to that, we will arrange the voting sheets for the whole IR changes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Another technical from Anwar.
Anwar, like LGDH, then when we vote on the change for the IRs? So we vote for the motion tomorrow, but do we vote today for the IRs or after?
First motion will be voted, then in the other voting session, IRs will be voted. On the last day.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so hello everyone. We're Selena and Wungo from Local Group Exchange Service in Central Steam, and we're here to present a new idea for you guys to do your exchanges, which is matching platform. So first of all, what is Local Group Exchange? Well, I'm guessing most of you know about it, so I'm not gonna talk a lot about it. It's basically an event very easy to organize in which local groups visit each other in order to do some cultural exchange and also some sharing of the experiences and strengths of each local group. It's one of the favorite events organized by local groups, probably because it's one of the easiest ones to organize, and probably because it's one of the easiest ones to motivate newbies into the network. So as you can see, in this year, only after Central Steam, it's been the event that has been the most organized. So why does our service exist? Well, many local groups get tempted to do their exchanges on their own instead of applying through us. In fact, local group exchange service is quite young. I don't know, it was like 7 years ago created. But basically our vision is to make sure that quality exchanges are happening. Because if not, these events would be just, I don't know, drinking events or whatever. Here, we make sure that there's quality in these exchanges. And how do we do it? Well, basically by connecting local groups which do not have a partner, then defining and start advising its content, and of course, ensuring innovation for future concepts of the event. So I'm just here, besides from explaining the master platform, which Selim will do right now, to make sure that everyone here understands that please, if you want to make an exchange, approach the central entity. We'll leave the email afterwards. Understand that because the service is young, and also because of the pandemic, and there's some lack of handover in many local groups. But it is very important, please, because of the reasons stated here, that we need you guys to approach us when you want to make an exchange since the start, because we can help you, because we have done many exchanges, because you will need to accomplish certain requirements we have for you, and then because it's easier for us to keep the track.
So
remember, you have 1 minute and a half.
Okay. So I will explain what is matching platform. Matching platform is the solution to find an exchange partner for you. So for the LGs which are struggling while finding an LG partner for them, we created a page, and in this page you can find the LGs which are looking for an exchange, and you can find the information. And it is also a good offer for LGs which are struggling with warnings. As Hugo said, exchanges are the most organized events in the network, and for the LGs which are struggling with warnings, with matching platform, they can be able to find and organize an exchange event. Yeah. So I will explain how to find a matching platform on portal. I know it is not that easy, but if you can find it, it would be very beneficial for you. So first thing you should do is sign in, and after you sign in, you should go to About section, and you should click on the local group section. And in there you will find a button, find an exchange LG. And when you click on that button, you will see the matching platform. And in this page, at the bottom, you will see open opportunities section. And in there you will see the LGs which are already applied for matching platform. And as you see on the right hand side, you can see the information about it, you can see the explanation about the time and availability of that LGs.
Sorry, Celine, can you conclude?
Yeah, of course. So what are the benefits? It is easier to find partners. As we have a case, branch-based case. Before they applied for matching platform, they were not able to find an LG. But after that, they applied for matching platform. They were able to organize an exchange, and now they will have an exchange with Istanbul ITO. And it is also faster information flow for both sides. Instead of approaching LRs one by one, you can see all the information, and it is also easier to follow for LG coordinators. So how to use it? You will see a section, and on the left-hand side there is a button. When you click that button, you will see a form, and when you fill that form, you should upload it to our Drive folder. And when you upload it to Drive folder, we will be able to add you to matching platform. So don't hesitate to use it, and thank you for listening to us.
Thank you very much. We will now have only time for 2 questions, so if you have questions for this presentation, please stand up. We have those 2 delegates, the one in the front and the delegate from LG Kiev in the back, and then we'll move on. Please, let's hear the question.
Philip Chapouni, LG Belgrade. Is it only for the LRs or for the other members?
I mean, it is for LRs to ease the process. But of course, who is responsible from organizing an event can benefit from it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. The last question from the delegate from Kiev.
Polina Petrova, local group Kiev. If I find a local group that I want to make exchange with, should I contact local responsible or first leader of local group exchange?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. It's independent who to approach first. We just ask you to approach us for sure. Like the contact of the project leader of the local group that is on the matching platform is there for you to contact them. But we also need you guys to contact us, like even if you have a partner before or even if you get it through matching platform. Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much. No, people, I remind you, please do not talk when people are presenting or asking. It's incredibly disrespectful. I don't know how you don't realize it yourself. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I need on the stage Petra and Maria for the next presentation. Please be incredibly strict with the time that you will have in front of you. After that, I will have to cut the presentation.
Okay, hello guys. Please wake up a little bit. My name is Petra and I'm the Brain Trainer Leader. Hello everyone, my name is Maya, I'm the Business Booster Leader. And today we're going to have a presentation about a collaboration between our entities. If this works, point it to the laptop. No? Okay. Okay, let's continue. Let's have a quick view to what Brain Trainer is first. So Brain Trainer focuses on soft skills. So you can see our mission in the screen, but how we usually work is that we're having an event and we want to develop some sort of soft skills, and we do that with the help of the training sessions. Yes, that's pretty much it. And of course, we try to apply everything that we learn with some exercises, case studies, in order to put to apply the learning by doing principle, as you can see in the picture. So, about Business Booster, a fun fact is that I just lost my mascot. I just left it there and they took it.
So what is Business Booster? It has to do with business innovation. It might sound a bit difficult to understand, but it's all about career. Here you can see the mission statement. Business innovation is divided into two parts. Okay, the first one is entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is creating a startup, creating something from scratch, your own company, and so on and so forth. And these are some examples of offerings: a startup competition, a pitch night. And entrepreneurship, again, it sounds like a difficult word, but it's not. It's innovating. Again, we're talking about business innovation, but within an already existing company. So you innovate with a process, an operation. And these are some offerings that could exist under that concept. Yeah.
Okay, so now why we're having this presentation? Because 1 year ago we decided to collaborate together and we have created an event that is called Mind Your Business. But what was behind this idea was this folder in the Personal Development Department drive, actually in the Brain Trainer drive also. This folder, BT means BB. Okay, so Brain Trainer means Business Booster. I found this more than 1.5 years ago when I was just a member of Brain Trainer, and I was so curious to see what this folder has inside and what it has to offer. So after searching through so many files inside, I realized that that is a great idea to have the entities collaborate together. But to be honest, everything was so complicated in the files that I couldn't really understand how they started the idea, how they developed it. So it was quite difficult, but since I liked it a lot, I decided to continue further. And the main purpose was to support the steamers in their journey of becoming entrepreneurs and starting their business life by providing them viable soft skills. So if we move more to the event, you can see that the event was organized by local group Santi from the 2nd to the 9th of April. They applied for the event and they had a very great motivation, so this is also why they organized it. And for the first part, we focused on Brain Trainer, where we developed some skills that were beneficial for the participants, that will help them actually afterwards to developing their own startup, but in general, they would help them in their business life. So we focused on soft skills that would be beneficial in general for every participant afterwards in any company environment. You can see the training sessions that we had on the screen, and we had 2 trainers, Sarah, thank you, and me. It was great.
Thank you, Papa.
Oops. Okay.
I have to cut when the time is out.
Okay, proceeding with the Business Booster part, it had the format of a startup competition, so the outcome would be for the participants to create their own business model canvas, helped by the Brain Trainer before in the soft skills. You can see the business model canvas was divided into different sections, and there was a lot of working time for the people to actually work on their ideas, a very important part for Business Booster. There were 3 amazing ideas that were all pitched at the last session. And yeah, what is next? It's not only important for us to say what we did, but what are our plans for the future. First of all, we want to keep the collaboration between the 2 entities. So also, we want to keep this hand-on mentality, this interactivity, because it's one of the highlighted pros that we got from our participants. And of course, we need to have this competition format in order to also motivate, but also keep in touch with the Business Booster format. What are we planning to do in general? We want to have collaborative chats with the Business Booster and Brain Trainer to further develop the concept, and also to have open calls for the local groups in order to make it visible. What is to improve or to consider? Better maybe connect the sessions within the event. Applying for grants, it was an idea that we had before, and also open the event to more externals, for example, partner organizations like FAVE. So, thanks a lot thanks for your questions and questions.
Thank you very much. We have time for 3 questions. We start from delegates from Seville over there.
Hi, I'm David Barrero, LXIV. You have seen that this collaboration is so good, but I wanted to ask you that the independence even that you have in your services are, do you think that you should just make the collaboration, or those events should be maintained? I don't know if I
David, can you repeat in one sentence a bit more clearer for the secretary?
Do you think the collaborations events are better than the independent ones, or they are just different?
I would say that it is very valuable also for the participants, since they can have the experience of both events just in 1 week. And also it's better as far as expertise is concerned. For example, Business Booster couldn't possibly handle soft skills training as good as Brain Trainer would, in my opinion.
I would agree with Maria a lot. It is just a new development opportunity for STEAMers. It adds more value to the network, in my opinion. But of course, like, the individual events are still important and more important.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we do not have time for a two. Take a question from the gentleman in the back, and then the last one from the delegates here in the center.
Fernando Teles, local group Bruxelles. My question goes for Business Booster. I didn't get very well something. So pretty much like you help out like startups from STEAMers. Like,
sorry, can you repeat?
So like on the slide it was written like you help out like startups, like companies, whatever. But like, is it like from STEAMers?
Yes, from STEAMers participants.
And so how many at the moment do you have? Like how many are you helping at the moment?
How many are we helping? That happens mainly through events. But there is a list of STEAM startups that already exist and are being helped not directly by Business Booster, because we mainly focus on the academic part, but STEAM Incubator, hi Elias, STEAM Incubator is the next step. It's under the umbrella of alumni, and from the idea realization, they take them and they help them actually realize the companies. So to conclude my answer, we help them on a more theoretical level, just because we are helping them during the events and not as a side project as Business Booster.
Thank you very much. The last question from the delegate here in the front.
Ozan Arda from Istanbul ITU. What were the difficulties while you are organizing the event and arranging the content of the sessions?
Is this a question for one of the parts or in general?
In general.
Because it differs. I can start, I guess. I was also organized because it was organized in my local group, and I'm VLR. So I can say that, of course, such an event requires a lot of constant communication between the two entities and the local group. This is definitely something that there's always room for development. So the difficulties. Maybe in the beginning, the Brain Trainer was mostly focused, okay, so these are the essential soft skills that somebody should have in a work life, in their work life. But afterwards, during the event, the trainers focused a lot on trying to adapt the training sessions and shifting the focus of them into more business related.
I don't have anything else to add, only that these collaborative events are highly hybrid in their form, so it's only logical for us to have improvement points for the future, and I think it's very, very valuable for us to actually have improvement points and not say that this event is perfect, okay, let's move on. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the presenters. Now we'll leave on the stage Claudia.
So, hello, I'm Claudia, this is a presentation about vision. First of all, I wanted to ask you, who doesn't know here what is vision? Raise your hand, please. Doesn't know. Okay, that's kind of a lot of people. That's really sad. Do you know, actually, vision is the oldest entity in STEAM? It was the first one that was created. And it was really popular, but the last 2 years it got not that popular. So here's the mission. You can see it on the website. You can see it in all places. For sure, you read it. You read it a lot of times. The most important part is that it's about practical insight, technology topics, and bridging the gap between academic and corporate environment. But what is really vision? Like, this is like really good, okay, but everyone thinks like, oh, it's an academic event, it's boring, it's just like learning and all the stuff. I have another university for that, but it's not. Like, I really was in my first event as organizer in a vision in Seville, and I think it was one of the events I drank the most. So, well, sorry, shouldn't say that. Well, but I have a lot of fun. It was really funny. It was a lot of fun. And we learned so much. Of course, you don't sleep that much, but you learn so much. It sounds so good in your CV, you know, like you go to companies, you visit the companies, you get to know about a technology topic. For example, let's say, I don't know, new energies, like sustainable energies, and it's about that. 1 week you go to the companies, you visit them, and you get to know how the new technologies about that and how it's affecting the industry, the society, and the economy. So it's really cool, but at the same time you have a lot of fun and you get to know the people very well. So, what was the problem? Vision, when we had COVID, it was really difficult to organize because it's based on visiting companies too, and have like company workshops and all the stuff. So online, it was really difficult to do it because the companies, they didn't want to join the events. It was impossible to visit the companies, so it was really hard. So during 2 years, we had no visions, but it came back. So we had Future of Transport for an LG Barcelona. It was in February, it was online, and then we had Internet of Things organized by LG Sofia. There you have the picture of some participants visiting a company. Really nice, it was amazing, everyone loved it. And also something really important is that there was no team in the entity, and now we have one, and it's all lit, so it's amazing. We're really happy. Also, future. We are planning on a collaboration with academic days. So it's going to be really cool. Why? Because a lot of people, they think, oh, what is the difference between academic days and vision? So there are some difference. And we aim with this collaboration to show you more or less the difference. But it's not like completely organized yet, and we're still looking for an LG. So if you're interested, you just apply with your LG and you can organize this amazing event because it's going to be great.
Can you just wrap up? 1 minute left.
Okay, so here's the video we wanted to show you from the Vision team. This sound has no sound, but okay, it doesn't matter. It's fast. I have to speed up. So thank you very much for listening. I'm going to be in a STEAM fair today, so if you need any more information, if you want to organize a collaboration event, just come to us and we'll explain you more about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we only have time for 2 questions. We take first the one from the delegate from Seville and then the lady in the back.
Lady in the back.
Hi, I'm David Barrero, LXIV. I was a participant in the vision that was organized by Sofia, great event by the way. But there were like a lack of participants. We were only 6 participants. So I wanted to ask you, why do you think that happened, and what are your plans for improving, like raising awareness of the vision?
Okay, first of all, there were, I think, in my opinion, wait, I forgot the word in English. Two things why people there was a lack of participants. First of all, it was that because of COVID, the organization of the event, it was really short. Like we started organizing it in January and it was in March, so it was really short time for people to apply and also to get more people after the cancellation. So that was sad because we couldn't start organizing it before because of COVID, because it wasn't sure. That was one of that. And the other one, it was there were a lot of central events, and some people, they wanted to apply, but they weren't able because they had like maybe one event the week after or the week before in Central's team. So that was the other. The idea of that is just
Claudia, can you wrap up?
Sorry, it's trying to do it in a faster, like in a longer time, so you have more time to apply, and also for people to know that it's going to be an event there.
Thank you very much. The last question in the very back.
Ece Tekiner, Ankara Metro. I just wanted to get more information about the collaboration event between academic days and vision, if it's possible.
Okay. So we have think about how it should look like. The best idea is like, as you saw, for example, with Business Booster and Brain Trainer, it was like 3 days of one event and 3 days of the other one. We understand that's really difficult to achieve because you have to visit the companies with the vision staff. So it's really difficult to say to the company, oh no, but we have to do it on Friday, because they maybe tell you, no, I can only on Monday. So the thing would be like the agenda will look like vision time, and then maybe you have like a morning full of vision things, and then like academic days, and it's like clearly separated. Also, like how what you learn is focused on, because academic days is more IM focused, and vision is more technology. And also at the beginning of the event, we're planning to do an explanation of the difference between both events for people to be sure about what are the difference between them.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now I will need Dan on the stage. Dan, please use your touch superpowers.
I'm going to start.
Here's the time.
Yeah,
This is 1 minute.
Okay, perfect. Like you heard in the room, my name is Dan and I'm the PDC leader. Please don't expect me to start during my presentation. What I'm going to be sharing with you is the update presentation on the online events called Zooming In, which we established with the Professional Development Committee. So it was back in Seville when I was often asked the question, what is it actually that the PDC does and how is it like applicable to me as a student? Well, if you ask me the question, you were probably in the unfortunate situation that you got a half-hour response back and that you would probably still be leaving with question marks in your eyes. So we were thinking about how can we make what we do in the PDC more concrete to you. And that's actually where we can... What? Yeah, it's working. Okay, so that's how we came up with the concept of Zooming In. We wanted to create a new online event in which we could have interactive discussions on research projects with our students. And with that, we would serve 2 research purposes. On the first hand, we would like to discuss what are the outcomes of the research that we do, and what does it practically mean for you, your personal life, and your education. On the other hand, well, you've probably heard Joanna talk a lot about surveys, but what we also wanted to dive into is actually what is the information, the stories that is behind these surveys data. What are your personal stories behind all of the answers that you're giving to us. And for that, we decided that we want to create focus groups with which we could discuss all of the topics that we're covering in our research projects. And besides these two research purposes, we also wanted to make sure that we could create more awareness for the research projects we have in STEAM. Cool. Okay, so we actually had the first event about 3 months ago. And the first topic that we covered during this event was student satisfaction. We wanted to focus on how did students experience their online education in these difficult COVID times, and how did it differ throughout Europe? What was different from one OG compared to the other? And what were actually the lessons that we could learn by looking at how it was different throughout Europe? But also we wanted to take a look at what did we actually learn from these COVID times, and what should we take with us in the future, even though the COVID times are probably long past by us. On the other hand, we also discussed the Prefer project, where we really dived into the output of a research project that we conducted. We were awarded the second place for the best student paper for this research, which was conducted in collaboration with the KU Leuven and a whole bunch of other universities. So this research was about what kind of engineering student actually are you? What is the engineering profile that fits with you? So we let all of our participants conduct a test in which they could reflect on what kind of engineering student they are and how that could help them in their future and professional life. So the event was a really big success, and there were a lot of participants who provided a lot of positive feedback. But the thing is, this was just one piece of the puzzle into making education bigger in STEAM. And like I said, it was just one little piece of the puzzle. And for me, like in my mandate, there are so many things still to be done, because we're currently restructuring the PDC, we're redefining event-based partnership management, we're investigating the possibility to create special research teams, and we're creating a lot of BPDs. And the thing that I'm mentioning over here is that there's still so much to be done that I found it a little bit perhaps awkward to already be presenting such an achievement. But, well, thanks to my amazing boardie, I kind of felt pressure to do it, so that's why I'm standing over here. And that's why she gets to have this beautiful, oh, you can't see it actually. Well, that's Joanna sleeping in the back over there. What?
That's a car.
No, Joanna's behind the car sleeping. But the thing is that we are, I'm almost done, that we are well on our way to make education bigger in STEAM. And I think that with zooming in, we have set another step to achieve this. We're also there today at the STEAM fair. So if you have any questions, you can always reach out to me. Please stop by, because we still are looking for quite some motivated members to join us in our mission to make education more and bigger in STEAM. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan. And thank you for the efficiency. Okay, so we only have 2 questions. We take the first one from Sarat and the second one from Maria in the back.
Thank you. Sarat Kuganyatlı, Ercan Karabirkent. I asked this question to Joanna a couple of days ago, but do you want to ask again? How do you feel about the recent changes about the event-based partnerships and their responsibilities all being gathered in PDC?
Yeah.
In terms of workload.
You were discussing the workload indeed. So the thing that we're actually working on is like changing the workload of the leaders. Like there's stuff being added to it, but there's also things that are going away. Like at the beginning of my mandate, I had the idea I want to write 2 conference papers, because that was what my predecessor did, that is what the previous VP of Education did. But like along the way, we realized that like the workload that comes with that, it's really undesirable, I would say, to put that on a VP of Education and a leader, because it's such like operational work, while like in our positions we are better there to manage the teams and make sure that they are able to conduct the research and thrive in doing that. But it shouldn't be like on our shoulders to do all of that. So by making sure that we don't do that anymore, but really focus on managing the 2 different parts of the PDC, it should be completely manageable. And I think that we are even creating a more sustainable committee structure in this way.
Thank you very much. Last question from Maria in the back.
Maria Gizepoglou, local group Reus. I would like to ask about the name and the concept in general. We had this question also in Seville, sorry for asking it again, but what about the professional part that is closer to the career aspect and not so much about the education?
Yes, exactly. So we indeed had a discussion in Seville, and back then I would say like, well, indeed we're focusing more on research, so why is it called professional development? However, like with the structure that we're now going to change a bit, we're going to implement more event-based partnerships, and with that we're actually like balancing the two different parts of it. So I would say that after we've successfully completed the restructure, the name does make a lot more sense because we're offering more than just research projects. Yeah, you can reply. I think.
Yeah. No. Thank you very much. Oh, what? Two? No. Sorry. Okay. You can't, sorry. Sorry, if you can ask him personally, it's way better. Thank you very much, Dan. Okay, thank you very much. And now I will lead on the stage Kai.
Can someone Serbian translate?
Which one should I take?
This one.
Okay, I think that worked. I want to start with one fact. In the last 2 years, more data was generated than in the entirety of human history beforehand. And yeah, think about that, like the whole numbers. Like, we are really starving for knowledge, but drowning in information. And that is really what the basis of this initiative is that I wanted to present. We are here because we came up with the idea that we would like to do something in order to make students more capable of basically getting that knowledge, that information out of data, and build a nice story to have an impact in the end. That is why we came up and we started to work around about 2 years ago on developing one course. And I think the best way to introduce the course to you is to have the instructor, Bart Jutte from Delft, introduce it to you. So let's watch a little bit of a video.
Data is all around us. Our personal devices get the data, and so do the companies we work for. However, having data by itself won't bring any progress. Progress happens when you have the skills to distill insights from the data and inform the public or your decision makers to act on them and make a change for the better. This is what the course Visual Storytelling with Data will bring you. It will enable you to communicate your message better by telling a compelling story based on an inspiring infographic of the data that you gather yourself. The course will cover the full data storytelling process, from start to finish, from formulating your goals and acquiring the data, all the way down to creating your infographic and promoting it to your audience. The course is very hands-on, with loads of practical examples and exercises to get you going. I will share with you what I've learned as a Tableau practitioner, an analyst with about 20 years of work experience. During the course, you will use Tableau to clean and transform your data, analyze them in Tableau Desktop, and create your own infographic. Since Tableau is one of the leading BI tools in the world, mastering this tool will come in handy one day or another. All in all, the course Visual Storytelling with Data will help you to be more successful in your career and life. by creating and sharing the visual stories that matter to you. So don't hesitate and enroll yourself to the course.
Great. Yeah, unfortunately the music wasn't that dancey, otherwise I would have tried. But I got a little bit the idea about what the course is about, and you might be wondering, like, okay, why is it even relevant to me in that way? Like, I'm not interested in data analytics or something like that, and I see your point, but I agree with you. I guess you would agree with you that at some point in your university life, this is a topic that will be relevant for you. You will write a thesis, maybe 2, maybe 3, and this is something that will very be helpful in that regard. And you can start maybe even to find a new passion in that, like I did. I didn't have anything to do with data before. So you heard a little bit about the course. It's basically a course about data analysis, visualization, and storytelling. And the idea is that we have participants that really first-handed come together and create a known data project and create basically an infographic from scratch. We prototyped this course already twice in the online period before we recorded it. Here's just a little bit of the feedback report. We were really happy with how it went, and the huge demand and the positive feedback we got was basically our motivation to continue to work on that and improve it over and over again. Here are some final projects. The one on the left is basically a little bit about your esteem journey, and you can find the project on Ilium. You can even try it out yourself, and this is something that was developed with the course. And if you're curious about the details, right here we have an article in the esteem magazine in the 60th edition, and you can check it out and read a little bit more about the details. So what we have done since the last council meeting was basically that we planned out 138 short videos that we wanted to produce in order to really enable the sustainability of the course. We recorded it with the instructor that you've already seen, and we are currently there to take care of the post-production, to edit the videos, to add the cringy stock footage in the background, at least not for the course, I guess, but here for the promotion. Okay, here's a little bit the part that needs to be done, which is in the last council meeting for the recording. I applied for a project because I wanted to have the resources in order to make the recording in a very good quality. I asked for 500 euros from the esteem budget. The project is done. The videos are all the videos with the camera guy are all recorded. A few are following with the screencast with the software. In total, nothing unexpected. 500 euros were exactly also used for that, so we balance out at 0. So what can you expect in the future? Well, it is something like that, basically. If you know about Lean Six Sigma, they do it quite similarly. What I imagine is that we will have events in the future, but in which people can apply to attend the course and learn about data visualization. For that, how the process would look like, you basically get online materials, online videos, and you already start to work on a little bit on your own project, and then you get the chance to attend an event and really come together to basically finish your project and have people there that can support you with all the technicalities and learn hopefully a lot on the way.
Please wrap up, we have 10 seconds.
So you will be able to attend and host local and international courses in the future. It is contributing to the professional and individual development of you and your esteem local group members. And it could offer a new target group that you can promote esteem to, because this is something that we so far have nothing about. It is a big field in industrial engineering and management that is so far completely unused. And I finish exactly with the last second. So
thank you very
if
much.
you have any questions, let me know. Feel free to approach me anytime. I'm happy to answer your questions.
We will only take the questions that are standing up right now. So we have Sarah in the back, and then we have Joao at the very back.
Sarah Duganyata, Ankara Bilkent. Thanks for the presentation, very informative. My question is regarding certification. Do you have plans for certification?
Thank you, Sarah. So what we did for the online tryouts is basically that we created the certificate ourselves that was signed by the lovely VP of Education, as well as the instructor Bart Jutte, that we handed out to people. In the future, we have the plans to also reach out to the software company, to Tableau, and ask for possibilities there about the certification. They have some official ones that you can even get. Normally you would pay a shit ton of money for it. We hope that with that way it can be at least, we can make it cheaper even to have a really official one, so to say, as well. But yeah, esteemed certificates are there.
Thank you very much. Question here on the right, and then we close with Joao.
Okay, Zeynep İto, İstanbul Yıldız. I have very short two questions. First, are you going to use Schoology for the materials like LSS does?
Okay, for the first, we plan to use Udemy.
Okay. Follow up. Does that mean that it will be open to externals as well?
Here, the thing on Udemy, you also have the chance to have not public available courses. As far as I know, this is something that we work out now that we have all the materials together. For the information in that regard, the whole production cost was far higher than the 500 euros. So we had an agreement basically with the instructor in that regard that he will also be able to use the course commercially if he wants. So there might be also a public adjusted version on the course. And the course content, for example, was also already taken as a training to BMW. That was done by Bart as well. So this is something that is also existing outside of his team, but we want to offer it, of course, with what his team is great, meaning coming together, doing it together in an event, and all of that you wouldn't have if you just attend online.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Sorry, we have no more time for follow-ups. We have the last question from Joao, as I said before.
So, hello, João Pissarra, local group Aveiro. You mentioned that the format would be similar to the Lean Six Sigma Green Belt course, but then you also mentioned that the content would be fully online, and then the offline part would be only the project. So it's more of a clarification. And also, is there a time frame that you can really implement the project?
Thank you for your question. I think I didn't really explain it in a good way. To clarify here, not all the content is planned to be happening via online resources. So similar to Lean Six Sigma, there is some certain stuff that is just more about theory, some exercises to really grasp what it is about. But as soon as it's about the detail, the actual implementation, the more practical side, it's great to have it in an event. And there we, of course, also cover more information and have more resources to show for the first part. For the time frame, we are now basically almost done with the production. The ones that is done with the camera guy, the videos are done. We still need to record a little bit of screen cars and focus on the post-production. I expect that we are ready to launch in late summer, maybe in August.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kai. Sorry, we have no time for more comments or questions. Thank you. And now we have the second to last presentation before the break, and I call... Say what? Okay, never mind. Sarat, please join the stage.
Is it working? Yeah, okay.
Be super strict with the time, you have it in front of you.
Yep. Hello, lovely people. Today we're going to present to you about organizing an offline academic days event after 2 years. Okay, this is our agenda. Quick look. I am Sarat Yukanyata. I'm the academic days leader.
And I'm Beyza Oğlu, the current knowledge management responsible of the academic days. So we want to start with explaining what is academic days. So our mission is a good way to explain that. So basically, academic days enables esteemed universities to share the knowledge they have high expertise on with the rest of the network. So this way, we support the personal and professional development of students. So academic days has 3 main pillars, and this year we had a revision on them. So we're going to share that revisal. But before that, what are the main pillars? The first one is the academic mentor, and the academic mentor is basically creates the content for the lectures for the whole event and ensures that the event complies with a high quality standard. And then we have the briefing sessions. After the lectures in the day, we have the sessions to
overview or what has been mentioned in the day. Also, we take notes to prepare the booklet of knowledge to share with the rest of the network. And then we have learning goals, which are the lecture-specific topic lists. So what were the changes? So there were no changes for the academic mentor part because the role was very well established. For the debriefing sessions, there were some changes in the debriefing sessions in the previous year. So this year there were no changes, but we had the first opportunity to implement the changes this year, and Serhat will talk more detail about that, and then about the learning goals. So the learning goal was like very, not very emphasized as the main pillar, so it doesn't have a certain purpose. So we think that maybe we can turn it into a checklist so participants can follow the lectures and the whole event more easily. And right now Serhat will, also there is a more detailed Ilium report about that. If you want to have more knowledge about the main pillars, you can check that out. Now Serhat will continue with the implementation of the changes in Lyon.
Hello, again. Academic Days Pilot at Changing Industry in Lyon was organized between 6th and 11th of March 2022. We had 16 participants, and the central team worked hand in hand with LG Lyon throughout a couple of months. We had very good communication lines with them. And can I get a round of applause for LG Lyon for organizing this beautiful event? Yes! Okay, so let's get straight to the point about main pillars. Academic mentor, we had structured and cohesive lectures, so the whole topics went really smoothly and by level, stage by stage, it was very well structured. However, due to his tight schedule, he couldn't be there for the time to give lectures. But at the end of, at the very final lecture, at the end of it, he came and he talked to us and he left a very good impression on us. I wish he could actually give lectures during the event. The debriefing sessions, we had 3 debriefing session groups. We had designated note takers for each debriefing session group so that during the debriefing session, people had an idea of what happened during the day. Taking notes is strictly voluntary normally, so everybody can take notes, but we had specifically designated note takers for each group as well. We had help from Sude from ITC to get a better debriefing session facilitation, and she gave us the forum method, and the feedback was that it was timely after a day full of lectures, but quite fruitful. The learning goals, the checklist was created before the event and was distributed among the participants during registration. This was it was quite useful because the participants were able to follow what they're learning point by point before, during, and after the lectures. So I'd say it was also very, very good. This is an exemplary learning goals. Additional adaptations, we have 2 additional adaptation points.
Please wrap up, you have 15 seconds.
Yes, balance between academic and non-academic sessions. This is an academic session. This is not an academic session. This is not an academic session. Having fun and engage in activities with the right amount of hangover so that people are not too effed up for tomorrow's lectures, but also they can have fun, except for the international night. Everybody gets fucked up in the international night. Thank you to my other team, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, everyone. I really appreciated the effort, so that you know. Thank you very much. We are taking 2 questions. One is from Francisca here, and the other one is from Alex in the very back.
Hello, Francisca Trigueiros, LG Porto. Are you sharing the booklets of knowledge somewhere?
The booklet of knowledge creation process hasn't been started yet.
Okay,
but we will be sharing it, probably on email.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. A last question from Alex in the back.
Hello, Alexandre and Lyon. One of the main struggles that we had was the fact that every participant had a very different level of education regarding the topic. So just what is your opinion? Should we aim for high standard quality level of lectures, or should we more try to make the lectures more accessible for everybody? What's your opinion on that?
I think our goals should be taking advantage of the university's expertise to the fullest. So it's a process of accepting participants that I would actually how I would address it. You know, you can have high level lectures, but you can select your applicants according to that. But however, in our case, in your case, there were very low participants, so we didn't get to really choose from a large pool. But I would just say address that problem in selecting participants, not changing the lectures.
Thank you very much. And as Francisca was quite fast, we can have the third question.
Ayşenur Fırat from Istanbul Yıldız. So this might be a simple question, but about the last few presentations, we saw that all they were about was things that haven't been done or tried before in STEAM. But for this presentation, I couldn't really get that point, so maybe you can explain again, like what's the main difference?
This presentation...
Sorry. Yes, you got it.
This presentation is not about something that was never done in STEAM.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. It's just a kind of a report on what we did in academic days and how we implemented it.
Also, it is important that we had an offline event after 2 years, and academic days events were not really also popular back then, so having an event is a huge thing, I think, for the entity and for the department.
Thank you very much. Now we have the last presentation, and I would like Luis to join us on stage.
Okay, hello, my name is Luis. I'm from local group LXIV. And I'm this year's Grand Stats group leader, and I'm here on the stage to present to you the results of the grant and award applications that were submitted since council meeting city. Ooh, it's working. So first, let's see a bit what the Grand Stats group is actually doing. The first thing we do, of course, is applying for grants. Grants is basically financial support. It's funding that goes from one organization to another organization, which could be a team. And so for this, we applied for our Erasmus Plus operating grant that was back in December 2021. Operating grant means that it's support for like the organization as a whole. And it's important to note that this is the first application that we did in 4 years' time. Then we also applied for awards. And yes, they can also bring financial support, but they're also really good for recognition. And here we applied for the Charlemagne Youth Prize that was in February 2022. And last but not least, we work on increasing STEAM's alignment with Europe to make us more eligible for these awards and grants. But it's also really good for the development of the network. And so I'm doing this in reverse. Let's start with the Charlemagne Youth Prize. We applied with IDD, focusing on 3 services, namely Activity Meet, Europe 3D, and LG Exchanges. This application was written in collaboration with the team, so it was, collaboration. As I said in my online report, we unfortunately did not get this award. Most of the winners were quite political, so we will have to reassess if this is a relevant award for his team. However, I would really like to thank our wonderful IDD coordinator, Luis. By the way, we don't have the same name. But also Rana, Ugo, and Fabian, the service leaders and their respective teams. And last but not least, Can, who helped with all the data. And also we are really looking forward to work on more collaborations. So if you know any award, any relevant one, you can contact me also if you want to collaborate. Whether it's for an event, whether you're an entity or a local group, just contact me. And then let's move to the information that some of you have been really waiting for. The results from the Erasmus Plus operating grant. As I said, the application was submitted on the 15th of December. I will explain a bit how it works. So first we submit the application. Of course, then the European Commission will evaluate all of the applications based on the 3 criteria that you can see, so relevance, quality, and impact. For that we get a mark out of 100. Then all of the applications will be ranked, and then the best ones will get money. So the European Commission has a budget, and they will give money to the first one and the second one, and so on, until there's no budget left. we were supposed to get the results in early March, but that did not happen. We ended up getting them end of April. I will kill the suspense. We unfortunately did not get funding. However, we can see that we had a major improvement. This is the results on the right from the application that was submitted in 2017. These are the results that we got. So we did 75% instead of 62%. At the moment, we do not know how much we would have needed to get it, but we know that we are quite close. This is just some comments that they made. So we can see that the application was really relevant, especially when it comes to this whole informal learning, also the research that was done, the sustainability aspects, and also how a team can help the members to get a job, basically.
Luis, can you wrap up for your last minute?
Yes, I can. Then also it was stated that we really improved on this policy-making aspect, which is very important for the European Union. On the improvement side, we can say that STEAM is not focusing enough on the youth with fewer opportunities. Also, although the writing was considered as quite good, there were some information or details missing, or maybe some things are unclear. And also they requested that we added more transparency, and not that it seems like in transparency, but like how we explain it basically. And also that we needed better KPIs, especially for dissemination. But we can conclude that STEAM is probably quite close to getting funding, that there was a massive improvement, especially with research and policy making and sustainability. And so, future looks bright. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We are taking 2 questions. We have one from Kai and one from Arthur in the back to the left. Everyone else, please use a pigeonhole. You can start writing your question right now, and please, Luis, check pigeonhole later to answer those.
Heine Berlin.
We'll have to.
Yeah. Okay, first. Congratulations first, even though it didn't work out in the end. I think the improvement was clear, and the amount of work put into something like this is incredible. As I imagine, so congratulations. I have a lot of questions. It's just one, right? Yes. Unfortunately. Then let's make it this one. Is it possible for you to share basically the application file and also the feedback on Ilium together with all the years before? It's something that I was missing before, or maybe I was just not certain.
Yes, of course. We need to check a little bit with how confidential it is. But yeah, as I said, I just got the results, so I will make an Ilium post after CM. So everything will be available.
Thank you for taking care of GDPR. Arthur in the back.
Arthur Mihalic, LG Zlatan. Yeah, also from my side, like, congratulations for the work that you've done, and 75%, like, it's really, really good result, and I'm really surprised that it actually is not enough. Like last time it was just 68 that it was required. But to my question, like, do you have plans, like, to apply again? Like, is there some sort of a timeline for the next months or years?
Well, we expect another application to happen in the same time period, so open call around October, November, and then end of application in November, December. I mean, that of course will depend on what the upcoming board will decide. It's not only up to me, but I would definitely advise to them that they should reapply, take the feedback into consideration, and hopefully get the funding.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Luis, as well. Okay, people, this was it for now. Now we're going to lunch. You can go right now, and we have to be back sitting here at 14:15, so it's 45 minutes. And you can collect your name tags and flags here in the back. Please be on time, 14:15 on the chairs.
Herkes savunma şekli bir şey yazdı. O da herkes.
People, let's start taking the seats. Please have a seat. We will also start closing the doors. Thank you, Anwar. Please take a seat, also you in the back, people. Thank you very much. Can we close the door? Thank you very much. Okay, so now we continue where we left before, and with the agenda point 42, please people, let's have some silence in the room. Let's have some silence in the room. People on the left, please take a seat. Thank you very much. Alright, so we continue where we left, and I would like to invite to the stage Ariosto and Sena to talk about brand guidelines.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Sena, as you know, VP of PR, and
I'm Ariosto, creative leader.
yeah. So for quite some time now, we've been working on the new brand guidelines. Thank you. We've been working on the new brand guidelines for Esteem, but yeah, you may ask, what is actually the brand guidelines? So brand guidelines are the yeah, as you can see here, the design requirements for Esteem to be followed in order to ensure a coherent brand image for Esteem. But yeah, why do we need this? As you know, we are an association that is present in more than 20 countries. So this means that we are a very diverse group of people with different activities and with different types of different types of activities we have. So it means that it's important to keep the same image all across Europe in any kind of activity that we have. So going a bit more into the details, why is it important? Firstly, having an aligned image helps us to be more recognizable when all around Europe. So whenever any kind of activity, any kind of visibility that Esteem has, we aim to be recognized as Esteem. So it's important to keep same image all across Europe in any kind of platforms that we are using. It can be online or offline, any kind of materials. So who needs to follow the brand guidelines? Basically everyone, which includes our local groups, our entities, services, committees, departments, and at the same time individuals who are representing Esteem in any kind of different platforms. So going a little bit into the local groups part, I know you're curious because every local group have their own PR plans or have their own identity. There, with the brand guidelines, our aim is not to restrict local groups into something specific, but more into giving the guidelines, into having the whole coherence and the unified image all across the local groups. So there, we don't aim to forbid some stuff, but keeping every local group and the whole association as a whole together with the same image. Here, one of the most important things is keeping the Steam logo as we are using. So you will see the details about it very soon. So it's one of the main things that is very important for local groups to keep in mind. Correct usage of the logo, and not just a Steam logo, but every kind of logo. So for instance, services, event logos, etc. The rest, if you would want to have your posts, or like if you want a Steam official channels to share the content that you're creating, then the brand guidelines need to be followed with every detail that we will be sharing right now. So I give the stage to Ariosto.
Thank you. So basically, right now this is 300 view in one shot, so we couldn't miss the opportunity of show you the final draft of the brand guidelines. Talking about a bit about the contents, we used to have another document for brand guidelines that was corporate identity guidelines. What's the difference between that document and this one? We put our effort to create a really simple document who can be easily followed from everyone. So in fact, as you can see, it's split in just 10 liquid areas, and they are pretty much easy. In the first part, we explain what's the importance of having this document, brand guidelines, why everybody should be at least aware of them, and why they should follow it. The most important part of a brand, of course, is the logo. During this year, in my day in PRC, we made some change. We fixed the top corner of the letter of the old Steam logo. So this change was uploaded on the brand guidelines. Always in the brand guidelines, you can see how we can use the logo in the proper way. And also how not to use it. So common mistake that a lot of local groups, but also people from Central usually make. We also put an accent on typography. All the material are downloadable to a link, a direct link that is in all the documents. So you can have an easy view of all our fonts and characters that we use, official fonts. We also review our color palette. That is really important. And we made a really important change regarding the department and services. So we basically, in the past, there was this idea of assign a defined color to each department, and in order to create more awareness and also make more recognizable the difference between activities and topics inside the services. So we made it. We also updated most of all the logo are now switched in the department colors. We also made some change in some new logo as Business Booster or logo group exchange, academic days. We also talked about committees and how they should use they should promote their identity.
Can you wrap up?
Yes, sorry. Also some information about social media, a Steam portal, mostly about sizes and the correct usage of the logo. Official merchandise, most probably about CC and Belgrade. We will be able to upload all the new files with the templates of official merchandise of entities, and also some legal requirements that are always important, as for instance not the use of copyright materials and so on and so on. Of course, also a contact information page where you can contact us and where you can have access to the estimated content. The point.
Yes, so what are the next steps now? As you saw, the document is almost ready, but the most important part is still is work in progress, which is gathering input from you. So with the questions now, and also with hopefully in the coffee breaks, you approach us with your ideas or the questions that you have in mind, so that we can actually create a part in the document that is called frequently asked questions, to be able to help with any kind of doubts in your mind. Also, one of the parts that will be added will be the local group requirements, which, yeah, the name is requirements, but it's more, it will be more as
Sorry, Sana, can you close the presentation?
Yes. Yeah, basically it won't be as strict requirements, but the suggestions how local groups should use STEAM's image and this guideline. And yeah, this is the end of the presentation. You can scan the code to go to the materials folder to see the brand guidelines there. And yeah, we can have your questions now.
Thank you very much. Sorry people, I already see this won't work, so we'll take only 2 for now, and the rest has to be to pigeonhole, and I think the fastest were Hugo and Ahmed. But were you standing before or just very, very tall?
I was standing before.
Okay, then those 3.
This is so sick.
Not again.
Should I write it on the pigeonhole so the pigeonhole responsible can read my question?
No, because then it gets cancelled.
Hello, Hugo Bueno, Local Group Madrid. So my question is precisely about the physical merchandising Arias was talking about.
Can you speak a bit louder in the microphone?
Yeah, sure. So my concrete question is about the money for funding those, that merchandising. So, for example, flags, T-shirts, whatever. So, if leaders are putting their own money on it, and central STEAM is not putting that money for it, how are you going to? I mean, the first question is if there's any motivation from the board to put some money to help the leaders in that, and if not, how do you plan to ensure that leaders spend that money correctly following these directs? Because after all, it's their own money.
Thanks for the question. Regarding the reimbursement or the support for the funding, so basically the PR materials, yeah, they are important, but since we have so many entities, and in the beginning of the year we created a spending policy which covers different parts, what are the priorities that the board cares or the board wants to invest. This year the focus or one of the priorities was not the entities promotion or the entities PR materials, because they don't directly contribute to the development of the entity. They are important for the visibility, but yeah, this year it wasn't one of our priorities. But for the next years, it's up to the board to decide that, so it can happen. Regarding your second question, how to ensure if leaders are paying their own merchandises, yeah, like there, I would say it's I don't really see a reason why not to follow, in a way that, yeah, these are the suggested, of course, and it's up to you to decide in the end, because yeah, it's your money, but keeping the same image and also having the similar materials compared to the rest of the network, I think it's something, yeah, as a personal motivation, so I don't really think that would be a problem.
Thank you very much. Let's take the next one from Chris and then Ahmed, and we'll move on.
Chris, Local Group Gdansk. I have a question about the part, always use the complete logo. Using parts of the logo as symbols is not allowed. And a lot of merch in the past, and even for this council meeting, is using just the letter E. Even in your brand book, you're using letter E as a symbol on the page 16. So I would like to ask, what's the reasoning behind restricting this usage of the logo and just the letter E as a part of the merchandise or STEAM as a brand?
And I ask, please, both question and answers to be shorter.
Okay, so yeah, there actually, the way we use E right now is not as a logo, but as a design element. So in different parts, as you saw, I can show, and departments logos, yes, it is as E, but this doesn't actually cover, or like this is not to replace a STEAM logo with this. So this is the additional design element. Or also, if you think of the merchandises right now, we have the STEAM logo as a full, and then the design element or the whatever the artwork we have. So we don't restrict the usage of it as separately, but a STEAM logo, if a STEAM logo is there, then it's fine. So E is not here to replace the STEAM logo, but
sorry, we don't have time to continue if you want to take the last question. So I would like to cut this one, cut the second, and go to the next one and continue. Ahmed?
Okay, Ahmed Kaplan, Istanbul Boğaziçi. So my question is, what is the current procedure on kind of checking the visuals that were created for social media on their compliance with the brand guidelines? Because like because of the fonts and the color codes and everything. Is there a current procedure on that?
Sorry, Ahmed, can you also repeat the question for the secretaries a bit louder?
So what is the current procedure on checking the posts that go through Esteem social media for their compliance with the brand guidelines?
Thank you.
Basically, inside the PRC structure, we have two brand responsible, where the connection between entities and PRC, and they are responsible for checking all the compliance. Of course, since the brand guidelines are kind of new, we need to hand over the new branding responsible the next year to be sure that it will cover everything.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ariosto, can you go then to the secretaries to repeat it later?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone, and sorry Chris, sorry Senna, but I need also cooperation with questions and answers to make them shorter, to have some more afterwards. Thank you very much, thanks to the presenters.
Thank you.
And now I will invite to the stage the magazine team.
Hear me? So, hello everyone. I'm Sonia, the Esteem magazine project leader. As we're quite short with time, I will go straight to the point so we don't lose any more. So, just a quick introduction for people who have never heard of Esteem magazine here. That our mission is to provide an insight into for Esteemers into the world of IEM and engage Esteemers by showcasing the outcomes of all Esteem activities. Also, Esteem magazine is the Esteem's oldest project, created in 1991. Since then, we published 62 issues by publishing 2 issues per year. We printed in black and white in 5,000 copies until the 44th issue, but from 55th issue on, we printed in a full color under a print run of 3,000 copies, and just an example that now we print around 300 per cm. Magazine at some point in the history began to have its own entry in the annual budget, and you usually get physical copies, but you can find it also in an online version on platform called Issue, and on Esteem blog some of the articles that we also publish in the magazine. So now to the point, as I said, at the last council meeting in Seville, we had a vote of intention raised that was proposing that we start printing 1 magazine per local group, 1 magazine per abordi, 1 magazine per article author, and 1 magazine for the Esteem magazine leader. Also that we should share and print some extra copies that we would deliver in external events, and that local groups should request more copies and print them themselves if they want. And that, they can request and get it from us. And then how did we act upon it? It took some time for us to process the information and to see what do we want to do. So we decided to share survey to Esteemers and ask directly to you, what do you want to do? So we shared 3 surveys that were shared on Ilium and social media channels to actives, local responsibles, and alumni members. And we also did research about carbon footprint of Esteem and printing Esteem magazine, because you were concerned about the ecological aspect of the Esteem magazine.
Now going into the results of the surveys. So we sent out 3 different forms to different target groups. The first one was LRs. There we asked questions more on how do they communicate the Esteem magazine to their local groups, and then the other part for actives. Every one of you could fill the form, and the questions were more focused on their individual perception of magazine and how do they see or what are their awareness. And finally also for alumni to understand if they are interested in taking part more, and how would they like to be involved. Going into the results, so we had questions from
As you can see, like different ones. Did you know about it, or to understand their awareness that magazine's existence? From actives, we got 50 responses from 28 local groups, and also, you can see like what kind of activities that people are interested in the ST magazine. Then continuing with the other ones. What are the problems that people are not really taking active part, or that they have doubts in mind? Some more questions if they want to have, if they like to collect magazine copies or no, and some open-ended questions as well to understand how do they reach. And if they are aware or if they see the importance or importance of being eco-friendly or not. So as you can see, the answers were half-half. Going into the local responsibles, we got 21 response from LRs, and there we asked questions more on the how do they distribute, how do they communicate to their local groups. Then one of the questions was what do they do with the leftover magazines? So as you can see, we got quite some different results, from displaying in the local group room, or to store them in the local group, or just throwing them away. And some more questions, as you can see, like if they promote or if they need help with the promotion, were also the questions. So as you can see, there are quite some people who are not actually promoting ST Magazine to their local group members as well. And some people said that ST Magazine is not available in the local group. And then there is this part about if the members are interested or aware of ST Magazine and the blog, so it's not that high, as you can see. Going into the alumni, we also ask about their awareness, their interest, which parts they are more interested in, and if they want to collect magazines or no, if we would sell ST Magazine to them, if they would be interested. Here are some comments to highlight that we got as a feedback or as a comment from the forums. So some people said it's, just you can read, I guess. To conclude the survey, we realized the biggest part that is missing right now is the lack of awareness into what ST Magazine is promoting. There we believe one of the main reasons is that the past 2 years we weren't able to print the issues, so this resulted in people are not being aware of the ST Magazine or the lack of interest into that. So lack of time, motivation, writing ideas, and also the awareness were the key takeaways that we had.
Okay, and we came with a final decision based on these surveys and some also other research that we will present now. But the decision is to provide local groups with 2 copies. But if you want more copies, you can ask for free and we can provide you with some, but in total up to 25 copies. If you want to go over 25 copies, we can provide you with a printable version, so you print magazine themselves. And also this decision is based that we can predict where always CM will happen and what will be the cost, because costs are always different per different countries. So decision was based on an analysis of partnerships contracts, because it's important to emphasize that we are legally obliged to provide you with copies in order to fulfill what we promise to our partners. Some of them are here. Then costs, it's important to tell that costs do not increase linearly with more copies, as you can see. The number marked green is now how much we paid for this CM, and it is still under the budget we have. And number 3, environmental impact is not significant. Down here you can see that carbon footprint and emission of just one flight from Istanbul to Belgrade is around 175 kilograms of CO2, and 250 magazines are 42 kilograms, so difference is huge, so it doesn't really make sense to cut on the magazines to save the environment. It's not a huge help. And our future plans and our action points from all of this is that we work more with CRC and look on establishing more partnerships and find some new partners that are interested in having a part in the magazine. And that way we will actually give magazine that investment moment and look at it as one of the tools that a team actually can make money with. And for all of you, of course, who have ever worked in PR, understand marketing tools, and actually how much a good promotion can bring to anyone. Now, in this case, as team and the magazine, we will work more on awareness and recognition and use magazine to make more money and not cut the copies and eventually shut down the project. So that would be it from us. Thank you for attention, and if you have any questions, shoot.
Thank you very much. So to the question, we'll have time for 2 questions. We have one from Maria in the back. If there is another one, please stand up in the meanwhile.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. Maria Giuseppoglu, local group Piraeus. I would like to ask about the blog and at the same time issue and magazine. Why do you feel we need all 3 of them? Since sometimes we also post magazine articles in the blog, but it also at the same time it exists in an online format.
Thank you. And before answering, please people, let's lower the chattering. It's difficult to hear the people speaking.
Okay, so all 3 ways how people can access the magazine are important because, for instance, now we will send 2 copies to your local group, and it's not enough to reach all the people, and especially people who are maybe not in your local group, on Erasmus, alumni who can't come, so it's important that they can reach it on issue, they can reach the online version, and not just as steamers. We have so many people, for instance, when we see the chart, when we look at the statistics, we have people in Indonesia reading the Esteem magazine, so it's the only IM magazine in Europe, therefore it's important that other people can access it. And blog, we're currently restructuring the blog, so it doesn't, we don't use it anymore as let's say dumpster for several articles, or just using it to repeat articles that we already published, or for some certain promotion. We're building a new blog that will really use its real purpose and promote other activities of Esteem, not just Esteem magazine articles that are already published.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last question. Please, people, in the meanwhile, if you could keep silence, that would be amazing.
Yeah, from local group Istanbul Yıldız. I'm asking from behalf of the Merve from Istanbul Boğaziçi. Since there's a lot of awareness from the network and worldwide, we are increasing digitalization. Why don't you consider fully switching to online? Can you share a concrete benefit of the printed copies except for the contracts we have, which can be adapted ASAP if we need it online?
Okay, so answer is simple to this question. Right now we don't have a concrete and good enough infrastructure to switch to fully online version, especially because, for instance, now we use issue platform, and Turkish people, for instance, can't access issue because you have a ban. And if we would like, sorry, but it is like that. And if we would like to switch to a new platform, it would cost money again. Right now we are not paying for issue. So if we would cut magazine but then had to pay a lot more for a new platform where we would switch to fully online, it's pretty much still the same. So until we find a smarter solution, we're sticking with this plan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for next question, if it's for someone that is not present, please tell them to use Pigeonhole. Clear to everyone? If it's a question from someone not present here, please tell them to use Pigeonhole. Yeah? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, magazine team.
Thank you.
I had a question.
Is it a technical? It's only if it's a technical, otherwise we have no time, unfortunately. Thank you very much. Technical, yes. Technical man in the back.
Yeah, again, the internet is not working, so is there an organizer person who could share theirs?
there is an organizer, please, that can help Mary with internet, we need that from Pigeon Hall. Thank you very much. Okay, then now I open agenda 44 company presentation, and I would like to invite on the stage for DataTech International DTI, Goran Todorov.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, distinguished members, and the organizers for letting us crash here to your General Assembly. We'll do a quick presentation, and I hope it will be inspirational for some of you. My name is Goran Todorov. I'm a CEO of DataTech International. We are a small company that has done something big. So we'll maybe show a path of ideas that we had run through this journey, and I'll try to keep it short in 20 slides. Problem solving is in IT industry. I'm talking about IT industry, but it can be applicable everywhere. Whether it's a revenue leakage, a global problem, or it's a rising sea level, or pandemic, or something that really concerns everyone. A smart quote says we cannot solve our problems with the same level of thinking that created them, which asks you to think outside of the box, rise up, and think about the problem, and then a solution. So just a little bit about us. You can find the information on the website, but we created a solution to prevent tax fraud. And our motto is making life bitter for tax evaders since we have established ourselves. Even before, but okay, officially since 2012. If you want to do something, you have to be a subject matter expert or have someone who is a subject matter expert so that anybody on the other side, a client, would understand exactly where you come from and what you want to explain. And we started that with many different panels. The Vienna University created a digital economy taxation group, which has joined like technology and taxation. It was a blockchain conference that we had something to present. We were invited there. CATA conference, Commonwealth Association, tax associations, Federal Tax Authority of from the U.S., CIAT from Latin America, IOTA. All of these we participated, did a lot of work, research, to showcase the problem and to present a solution. So probably about over a decade of a lot of participation in the different events to show something, to show taxation and technology can work. Funny, I mean, you would think that's already there, but it's not, and I'll show you. Yeah, we also have some kind of started with a map we created looking at different regulations in different countries, very cumbersome laws that are really heavy for taxpayers to conduct business in different countries. A lot of bureaucracy, unnecessary. So we investigated and tried to simplify. Technology fights tax fraud. It has started a long time ago. It started in 1983. It was Italy that started actually first. They had a very big reform, tax reform. A whole lot of taxpayers, millions, came out of the gray economy into a tax compliance net. The tax authority of Italy registered them, gave them the numbers, and they also started using cash register machines, which were at that time built and delivered by Olivetti. And those machines you could trust, quote unquote. But that was the first time technology entered to prevent tax fraud, because as a taxpayer, you are given a permission to collect tax on behalf of the government. And that's a privilege for some. So if you're pocketing this tax money, then you're a fraudster, basically. So from 1983 up to now, there's been a lot of, well, not quite a lot, but there's been an evolution in technology trying to catch up with the tax fraud. Technology fights tax fraud because technology is already in the tax fraud. And we can correlate this article from Connecticut, okay, that's from 1993, which was a case, big case in the US, tax fraud case, where in 10 years, this dairy farm, the factory that was skimming money from the tax, was using a computer program, so in the 80s, to cover the tracks, so that auditors could not find out how much money was actually generated. I'd like to show you this, this report. It was a recent report from December, and it will just give you, it's a 1 minute long report. It will give you an idea what we have. Can we click on this link? Is it possible to click on this link? No? No?
And maybe it's difficult because of the connection.
Ah, okay. Oh, let's see. Okay. Yeah, just play video.
Are there any motions regarding court?
options to record these transactions, and what's most important at the end of the line is the customer can be sure that once scanning this receipt, the government's website open and all the information and the line items will be there. And that QR code is not just opening a website. That QR code contains a lot of information that is very, very important. The identity of the seller, buyer, type of document, of course, buyer only in case of business to business where you have to justify your expense, otherwise it's anonymous. Encrypted accumulated totals. This is like every receipt that has been issued has a blockchain effect on every other receipt because every other receipt bears the cumulative total of the other. So even if somebody is completely offline and wants to stay below the radar, when somebody scans the receipt, automatically reports to the tax office that, yeah, there's been so many receipts, so much revenue from this, and this file. So that's something that in tax core is all come together and presented with analytics. There is a lot of different incentives for the customers to actually go and scan the receipts. You can basically have these receipts in electronic form, and basically every country like Fiji and Serbia today can go paperless tomorrow. You don't have to have any more of these paper transactions, paper, or collect these paper receipts. It's enough that this QR code is presented to me on the screen, I just scan it, and I take it with my phone. I don't need paper anymore. And I have it. I have an electronic copy at every sales point, regardless of if it is an open market, if it is a kiosk, if it is any kind of a retail shop, and so on and so on. So there's a different incentives that the government can think of to give you that opportunity to use that receipt. In Fiji, it was used for lottery. So you can scan the receipt and win a lottery. There was a lot of sponsors that brought different prizes, and people were winning these prizes. You can look at these links if you want to find out more about these projects that we are doing. And basically, yeah, that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, presenters. Any questions? If there is any question, please stand up. Yes, we have one from Serati in the back, then Maria.
Okay, Serhat Gülden Ercan Karabükent. There's a concept in cybersecurity where hackers develop their methods, they improve them, and then the cybersecurity people develop their methods. It's a cat and mouse thing. Have you noticed this kind of trend in tax evasion, where you develop new techniques to battle tax evasion, and then tax evaders also innovate, and then it becomes a cat and mouse game?
Well, we try to prevent that from happening because we get ahead of that scheme. The moment that transaction takes place, that moment, secure element, which has the public, using the public key infrastructure, electronically signs that document. That document cannot be, it has its integrity, cannot be changed anymore. If that is changed, then all your credit cards are already hacked. It doesn't, to break one receipt or to break one costs a lot of money. You cannot break the whole system because everyone has their own private key, like in the banks. So it's a bank's kind of a model behind the whole system, and the moment the receipt is created, it's a done deal. The only way the taxpayer can defraud the system is don't record. Just don't issue a transaction. But if you do that, then the receiving party will report you.
Thank you very much. Now we take only the questions that are standing up right now. We go from Maria, then the guy on the right, and then Eric here in the front.
Maria Gizepoglou, local group Piraeus. Thank you for your presentation. Since you are offering a technology solution, but it's heavily influenced by legal infrastructure of each country, is this a problem and an obstacle, and how do you handle it?
It's a very big obstacle. Every country wants to adopt this solution because the solution is very transparent, and it's contributing to the government, to the people. But yeah, political will is very difficult. We are in Washington State for the past 5 years now. We have our solution has been recommended by the Attorney General to all these restaurant owners that are well, the court cases that have been completed. Kind of an agreement between the state and is like you have to wait. It's a probation mechanism, so you have to use this for the next 5 years in order to be to be compliant. But political will to do this across the country is difficult to gain. In developed countries, in developing countries is more easier. Pushing the laws are easier in developing countries. So developed countries, they have a lot of, but it's coming up because Germany has adopted it now already, and Austria. So we have Spain. It's a different system, not the same as tax core which I presented, but it's a mandate to certify these receipts. So it's coming on. It's OECD recommendation. So country by country, they are kind of adopting this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Fernando Telles of Bruselas. My question is, so I noticed that you have QR codes. Have you considered to use the NFC technology? Wouldn't it be like more efficient? Like, just wondering.
QR code is now, when we presented the system first time in 2014, it was very difficult because in many cases you still had a dot matrix printers somewhere, and they don't print QR codes. Now we are in the era where the QR codes are printed everywhere, and plus, well, the pandemic did contribute to that as well because QR codes were found to be very useful to distribute information. So coming to whatever is next, it's open to whatever is next. There is nothing proprietary in this technology that will set in time. There are secure elements. Now I don't want to talk about, but there are smart cards which have NFC and can read from the NFC. So you can use NFC in some cases. In our case, tax inspectors use tablets with NFC to read the data from these secure elements that are in the offline. But for the common customer, QR code right now is as good as it gets because it's widespread.
Thank you very much. And as I said, we have now the last question from the front. Eric?
Eric Wittatomiashinsky, local group Gothenburg from Sweden. I am curious if you offer any positions for IEM students, industrial engineering and management students from abroad, and what kind of positions you might offer.
Yes, we do. Come to our website and inquire. So we are looking for young talents. That's one reason we are here. We are looking for bright ideas, something that can contribute to the evolution, because our developing is never stopping. Actually, when we started building this product, we saw that there's just simply no end to where we're going to end up. I mean, we just finished one module, then another module, then another module, then clients is asking for more, then there's another whole vertical that we can build on these, for example, the incentives for the customers. There's so much to be done there, and yeah, so we are open for ideas and opportunities.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Data Tech International. Thank you, Goran Todorov. Thank you people for listening. Thank you very much to our presenters. Now we move on to agenda point 43, knowledge management in STEAM. And I would like to ask to the stage Esin and Sophie.
Alright, first of all, apologies for my voice, I kind of lost it. Well, hello everybody. We are going to present the members' drive on behalf of the Knowledge Facilitation Committee and the Members Committee. So first a brief overview of the agenda. We will first be explaining a little bit about what the members' drive is. Then its structure, and then how you can all access it and use it, and finally we will have some next steps. So first of all, I would like to start with a small hypothetical situation. I'm sure all of you might have been in this situation at some point in time. So imagine that you're looking for something. It could be a Times local qualification form, something for the CM, particular BPD, anything basically. So next time you wonder, where am I going to look and find that specific document? So you might think, it might have been an attachment in an email sometime, or if you're an LR, you can look at the LR toolkit. If it's not there, you might search on Helium. If it's not there, well, look at the drive. And what do you know, it's not even there. It's somewhere in the back corner of the control. It's very frustrating. Like I said, very frustrating. But no worries, help is on the way. So we've been collaborating with the KFC and MC to find a solution to this very problem. And the solution is the members drive. So the members drive is basically one Google Drive folder that contains all the resources that you might need. It is one central location, it has everything you need, and it is also very easily accessible for all esteemers. Now Asim will explain a little bit about the structure of the drive.
Just make sure to look at the time, people.
Yes, so basically what we've been doing so far was we've been thinking about what kind of documents local groups or members can need. So for this, we've been already having some working groups in the coordination meetings. We also made an Helium post to gather input from actives. And also we assembled the current content we could find on the drive. And here you can see the structure a bit. So we have different subfolders, and in the folders you can basically find a lot of best practice documents, guidelines, templates, frameworks. And like once you have the drive, you will also have the time to explore more. And we will also put a guideline on how you can, which documents you can find in which subfolder. And how can you basically access this drive? So for this, you need to log into your Esteem. You need to log into the Google Drive account with your Esteem email. So once you go to the drive, you have to log in with your normal Esteem email, so name, surname at esteem.org, and then like this, something like this will show up. And when you follow the steps that it will get through, you will, like once you are in the folder in your Drive accounts, you will see.
Sorry to interrupt. It seems we have an urgent technical.
Hi, I'm David Barrera from LXIV. Before doing that, you have to activate your SSO account that's done in the portal.
Yes.
Technically,
yeah,
not technical. Use those at the end of the presentation. Let's not interrupt presentation for those things.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So once you are in your Drive account, basically you will have the shared drives where you see on the right side of your account. And once you access it there, it will automatically show up in your Drive account. And once you access the members Drive, you will see all the subfolders and the documents inside it, basically. Just to share, like we will launch it now. Unfortunately, not every BPD and document is completely updated. However, it's a work in progress, and once we start to update all the documents, we will continuously also update the drive, so you will have access to the documentations which are on the latest version. Now you can also feel free to share it with your members on how they can access this drive, and if you have any questions or any difficulties, you can also approach either me or Sophie. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now have some other presentation on the same topic, and after that we will have together the questions for all of them. So now I would like to invite to the stage Nicolina.
Hello again. Now I'll present you the Ilium report. It has been done by me and Tamara, who is not here. She's the Knowledge Facilitation Committee leader. So let's continue. Yes, a little bit about Ilium. It's a knowledge sharing platform. We use it to capture, curate, and communicate in a digital workplace in Esteem. And we like to call it the digital headquarters of Esteem. Ilium tackles three main areas: transparency, knowledge sharing, and open interaction. And yeah, like some things about how Ilium has influenced Esteem so far. Regarding activity, right now the board, the leaders, and team members of Esteem's entities are using it a lot. It has improved the communication. We use it for benchmarking, feedback, input, and knowledge sharing. And yes, we have some improvement points, of course. Right now, some spaces are not active enough. And we also want to improve the usage of local group members, like people that are not active in Central Esteem, but we want to improve that and we want them to use it more. Moving on, yes, like in the previous year, in the previous mandate, we worked a lot on awareness, so we had various training sessions, activities in different coordination meetings, and in different individual training sessions. You can see some input here, you can find them on Ilium as well. And moving on, we have created some new spaces. First of them is the entity reports. They used to be on Esteem's Discord server, but this time we decided to move all of them on Ilium so that we use Ilium to the fullest. And we also created a space about finance where anyone can go and share input or ask for feedback, or Celine, our VP of Finance, is sharing important things that everyone should be aware of. And now let's talk about some statistics. Here you can see the activity, the active users per week since the previous council meeting in November. And we have in total 728 users. 215 of them are active right now. And now let's go with some awards. We have the most popular stories. We have 3 of them. First of them is proposals for changing the internal regulations. As you can see, it's interesting because it only has 1 like, but it had a lot of comments, so this is why it's popular. Moving on, members' right structure. You saw the presentation before. Yes, it's something that has been that we want to raise awareness for. So we are happy that it's one of the most popular stories. Then Baltic local groups and regions. This is a topic that concerns us a lot lately, and yes, we are happy that Esteemers are aware of the problem and they're active in giving input and feedback. And yes, let's go to the most active entities. Are you ready? So, in the third place, we have the Academic Development Department. In the second place, we have the Intercultural Development Department. And give an applause for the first place. Members Committee. And yes, last but not least, if you want to create an account, you can scan this QR code and request. In a couple of days, the KFC, the Knowledge Facilitation Committee, will send you an email and you will have an account. And yes, if you have any questions, you can send an email there.
They're asking to go back to the to this thing.
Yes, I was going to go back. There you go, so yes.
Thank you very much. And now we have the knowledge management structure, and I need on the stage apparently Nicolina again, Esim, Sophie, and Alexander. Never mind. First, Dasha has an announcement.
Okay, dear council, please pay respect and pay attention to the presenters who are on stage. Don't spend all of your time in your phones and don't chatter the back rows because it's disrespectful. Thank you.
And also I would like to remind all the presenters to check Pigeonhole. There are a lot of unanswered questions.
Thank you very much. We are not doing questions yet. We have another presentations first. And it's Alexander. I invite him on stage.
Okay, so hello Council. I'm going to present to you the knowledge management structure that we are currently building. So yeah, who am I? I'm Alexander. I'm from LXIV and I'm here in behalf of the Knowledge Facilitation Committee. As Nicolina said, Tamara is not here. So yeah, basically, why are we having this presentation? Well, I guess it's quite obvious, and they said it already. But yes, it's super hard to find a document, and like there is probably, I don't know, 50% of chances that when you will find it, it will not have been updated since at least, I don't know, 2016. So yeah, basically, we want to present this knowledge management structure for you to be aware of where to find what. So how does it work? It's very, very simple. It's basically explaining who can find what, where. So as you can see, for example, externals have access to STEAM websites, but they can't log in. Important to notice that STEAM website is divided in two parts. We have the portal, that is actually all the pages in which the URL starts with steam.org, and we also have WordPress. You can check them. It's the pages that start with internal.steam.org. And basically, currently, the portal is our main website. It's Steam's main website. But we're in the process of moving to WordPress because the problem of the portal is that it's super hard to make evolve, and WordPress is way, way more simple. So basically, externals have access to a Steam website, and they can find general information about Steam and financial and legal documentation on WordPress, and on the portal they can access our portfolio of events. But what about Steamers? Well, as Steamers you have access to pretty much everything externals have access to, but in addition to that you can connect. So what does it give you access to? You will find a lot of Steam resources on WordPress, and as well as the Get Active page, and on the portal you will only find events and profiles and related stuff. Then you have Helium that just was presented, where you can find the work of our entities, internal discussions about the network, and a lot of shortcuts to Google Drive documents. Then you have the members drive that just was presented as well. So yeah, where you can find a lot of BPDs and resources for both local groups and Steamers in general, and archives of council meetings. And then you have Tableau. Tableau is our business intelligence tool, and the most useful thing you can find here is the results of feedback forms for your events. And I guess the COVID dashboard is not working anymore, so forget about it. And of course, board leaders and entities have also access to the drives they need, but I won't enter in detail. So yeah, what's next? Well, basically we're currently, as I said, in the process of moving from Portal to WordPress. It demands a lot of time and a lot of people are involved, but hopefully it will be launched as soon as possible. So yeah, I just want to finish with one sentence that explains, in my opinion, why knowledge management is super important. So if we forget what has been done in the past, we will repeat the same mistakes again and again. And the second round of shameless Helium promotion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will have time for some questions, and I invite all of the previous speakers on stage as well. Woo, that's a lot. Okay, so we start with Maria in the back. We will follow the questions that are standing right now. and after that we will go to David in the center.
Hello guys, thank you for all of your presentations. Maria Giuseppoglu, local group Piraeus. I would like to ask, since we have Ilium, Discord, Portal, All Portal, WordPress, issue, blog, Google Drive, and Tableau. For example, let's take Discord as an example. Would you think of minimizing all these platforms? Because I feel, for example, for central and Steam that are very useful, yes, but for the simplest Steamer, I think it's way more confusing. Do you have any plans to finding a platform that could include more? And, for example, eliminate Discord?
Yes, I was going to say, right now we have a lot of different information on this platform. It's overwhelming for sure, but in order to eliminate platforms, it means that you need to move things, and this is a process that takes time. As you can see, like this year we moved the online reports on Ilium, so we're trying to differentiate the platforms that we're using. In my personal opinion, I don't believe that this can happen in a year or in like the near future, but for sure the plan is always to eliminate the platforms that we're using so that everything is centralized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we have David in the center. And then we go to Elif on the right.
Hi, I'm David Barrero, LXIV. I have a question regarding the members drive. It's if some streamer feel like they need to update something to that, or they want to change something, how should they do that?
So we were planning that, like once we try, like we'll start to gather all the documents and updates. Probably like the Knowledge Facilitation Committee or MC will also be responsible for the updates to like with the communication with the leaders, and then also find the right location for the like right documents and then update it there. So like once it's prepared by the leaders, the responsibility will be from KFC and MC.
Thank you very much.
Fernando Teles, LG Bruxelles. My question is more about Ilium. Like, I would like to have your thoughts about it. Like, how relevant is it, like, to incite the members to go onto Ilium? Like, do you think we should more provide like accounts for the board or more LRs, or do you think we should more like spread it out like for the whole like local group, for instance? What do you think about it? What's your point of view?
I'm not sure if I understood your question exactly. Right now, anyone can have an Ilium account.
I know, but my question is more like how relevant is it like to have an Ilium account? Like for instance, for us we're 150 members. Like, how relevant is it like to have 150 accounts? Do you think it's better to have like 150 accounts, or is it better to have like the board is only, or what's your thought?
I believe that Ilium is a platform where anyone can use. It's easy to use, and every streamer can get good outcomes out of it. It's good for everyone to keep up with what is going on in a Steam and everywhere, and I believe that it's beneficial to have as many people active there as possible.
Thank you very much. Now we have Elif, and I suppose we have only time for 2 questions more. There will be Johannes and Luis's one.
Thank you, but prioritization delegates.
Okay, then Luis, you have the question for the delegate, but first we have Elif and then Johannes.
Thank you for the presentations. Elif Nur Akyıldırım, İstanbul ITU and Yıldız. My question for the knowledge management structure. As next step, we told that we are going to move the portal to WordPress, but we are talking about this for like 1.5 years now. And what are going to be the action points different than the moving portal to WordPress when we consider the knowledge management structure, as it is an achievement presentation?
So you mean apart from moving the portal,
yes,
what else will be done about the knowledge management structure?
Yes.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Okay. I was just asking what will be other action points that we are going to take apart from the moving from portal to WordPress when we consider knowledge management structure achievement?
Okay, well, the membership, of course. I'd say regarding Ilium, one thing that needs to be done is to implement single sign-on on Ilium. so it can be very much easier for everyone to have access, and also to develop the local group space on Helium for local groups to be more active there, because currently it's like super central oriented, and that's one of the reasons of the lack of activities there. Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. Can somebody give a microphone to Johannes in the very back? If you need direction for who needs the microphone next, just look at me. We saw you trying, Johannes. Thank you.
Johannes LXIV. First of all, I think that the member site is a really good idea, but how do you plan to keep it relevant for the future years? You might have the information there now, but do you have any strategy how to have all the information in the past or in the upcoming years?
Yes, we've been talking about that in our com as well, and we were thinking about, we've made some kind of process, kind of flowchart of how we will probably do it. We will most likely make some kind of folder where leaders are asked to, for example, put their BPDs, updated BPDs, every year, and that's how we will keep the material relevant, basically.
Thank you very much. We have the last question from the delegate in the center.
Arthur Martins, GBH. I have a question about the portal. What's the platform that is used for the portal? Because like here we're moving to WordPress, so I was wondering on what platform was the portal with all the events.
Okay, maybe that's more a question for IT committee.
Yeah, we have David here. He can help us.
Hello, I'm David Barrero from LXIV. So basically, the portal it's what is now Steam.core, and we will only gonna have there the events and the local groups, and that's.
I believe the question was, in what system do we have, which I suppose it's Azure. That was the answer, the question. On which platform do we have it?
Okay, like where is it coded?
Yes.
Okay, it's okay. Then can I have like 1 minute of explanation?
No, we have also Lucas in the back if you want to shout.
It's self-coded on Vue.js for the front end and .NET Core for the back end.
Yes, you can ask for the transcript later. The idea is that it's self-made and it's hosted on Azure.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the presenters. Thank you, Eric. Okay, and now we have data protection in Steam, and it's Nicolina again, which is going to help herself with the presentation and then join the stage once again. And in the meanwhile, can people wake up their neighbors with love? I love how people are just waiting for the occasion to slap someone. Gina is suggesting some stretches. Thank you, Alec. Yeah, okay. Now let's give some silence for Nicolene.
Okay, let's try to play a game. Whenever I say GDPR, you will clap. So yeah, here is a presentation about data protection in Steam. It's going to be just an informative presentation, and we won't have questions after because we covered it yesterday, the first day in the knowledge management area of the strategy. So yeah, moving on. Yes, General Data Protection Regulation. What it is? It's the strongest law in Europe. It started some years ago. It's about the privacy of the personal data and sensitive information. And yes, it affects companies and NGOs that work in the European Union or are connected with other companies and NGOs that are in the European Union. Moving on, how is Steam tackling GDPR? Regarding new processes, something that starts in Steam, we try to we follow privacy by design, which means data protection through technology design. So yeah, basically it means that every new process that starts in Steam needs to be GDPR compliant. Moving on, we have some old processes in Steam. So what do we do about them? Steam should make sure that all those old processes slowly transfer and become GDPR compliant. So yes, basically what we do is we search and then we actually replace or delete things. And moving on, yes, it also goes to every individual because a Steam will never be fully GDPR compliant if a Steamer do not follow the regulation. So yes, it starts by one person and then it goes to the whole. And yes, Steam also has a privacy policy that you can find here. And yes, privacy policy is a statement that actually shows how an organization is tackling personal and sensitive information. And yes, that's it. And a favorite quote that is always used, gray areas in GDPR aren't made for you to avoid being compliant, but to make you able to run your business while being respectful to people's privacy. And you can check the privacy policy here.
Thank you very much. As said, we won't have questions for that section, and I will ask Eric to join us on stage to talk about the Steam trading card game.
Technical for the live stream, you might want to turn off the audio for this one because we will be Is it on? You point thumbs up, but it's... All right, wonderful. So the idea of the Steam Trading Cup game popped up about a year ago. I was sitting in a Zoom meeting with some people, inclusive of Sana. And after that chat, we were like, hey, wouldn't it be awesome if we would have a Pokemon card game where you could collect Esteemers just like you would collect Pokemons. And this is how the idea came to be. So on the last council meeting on CSA, we applied for the Ad Fundum Award and got the award. So that was great. That was a good starting point. And we gathered a team. And we started preparing the card game. First, there was Krzysiek, who is someone that designed the whole gameplay. He helped design the concept of the cards. Then we started recruiting. Big applause for Krzysiek, please. Then we got a team of designers. We got Dominika and Tamara, who created all of these wonderful cards. We can give an applause for them as well. Finally, Milica helped me organize my spreadsheet so that the budget could be held, as we could do all the orders of the cards. And that is, this is unfortunately where my presentation will diverge a bit from the original plan, because we ordered the cards, and I have some very, very sad news that the company that was responsible for delivering it to us was supposed to deliver the cards on the 29th till the 2nd, but the cards have yet to arrive. So the cards are not here. But what will happen now is that I'm trying to get a hold of the company, and we will get a repayment for transportation costs. Best case scenario,
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you take the microphone just a bit farther away?
Just a bit, calibrate maybe, I know. I like to speak loudly. Is this, well, all right. So what we will do now is that hopefully the cards can reach us in Serbia so that you guys can still get them in time by the council meeting. Worst case scenario, we will use the Ad Fundum Awards money to ship them to you guys where you ordered them. Luckily for us, there were like 20 orders from Serbia, there were like 15 orders from Germany, so it's quite clustered, and it will be fine. Yes. So that was the idea. The only bad thing is that the cards are, of course, a socialization game. You are supposed to exchange them with your friends, and you will, unfortunately, not be able to do it on the Esteem Fair as was planned. But yes, still, the cards are coming and they're made. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Eric. Now we will have some time for a question, and we start with Luis in the back.
Hi.
It seems we only have orange people asking questions right now.
Yeah. By the way, I said I'm really sad that I couldn't beat you to the first base of it. Hi, Eric. My name is Luis LG Berlin, Luis Metzger, LG Berlin. I was wondering, because when we were in Seville, you weren't quite sure how the game dynamic would work out. How did that change, or what's the actual progress in that right now?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. The game is made and designed. You can check it out on Ilium. The actual rules of the game will also be posted. We were waiting till the actual cards would arrive, so we have not printed any actual rule book yet. But the game is completely finished and it's ready to play as soon as you get the cards.
Very cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now we go with Hugo and then Masha here in the front.
Hello, Hugo Bueno, Local Group Madrid. I hope I didn't miss this part, but I guess the aim is for as much steamers to have it as possible.
Can you raise a bit the volume?
Yes, I guess the purpose is for as much steamers to get the cards as possible. So when are you planning to supply these cards? Only in council meetings, or are they accessible anytime if you order them from the portal?
The very first edition of the cards it was only meant to make it into a showcase so that everyone at the council meeting would see them and would be able to experience the quality and the fun of it. After that, the second stages, if you want to call it like that, will be distribution to events. Cards will be able to be made for comms, for service events. You will be able to order cards for basically everything, specialized to your needs.
Thank you very much. Now we have Masha here in the front. No, never mind. Then we have the delegate, and then we have Elif in the back.
Fell for the old one. Hi, Matias Junttila, LG Lappeenranta. Do you have a favorite card?
There are some, but I would say that yes, Giuseppe's card was quite ambitious. I will not go back to it, but it was a nice overall design. Although all cards were really special and were really wonderful.
Thank you. Now we have one question from Elif, and then the very last one in the back to the left.
Hello, thank you for the presentation and all work that you did. It is Nurak Yıldırım, İstanbul ITU and Yıldız. My question is, how did you pick the people on the cards?
So what happened was that I sent out the form in the casual chat. Unfortunately, the form was only in the casual chat. That's a big improvement point for the future, that it will be sent out for the email, throughout the email, that everyone that is attending an event can apply for a card. So yeah, all the cards that you saw up there, the first edition of the Esteem trading card game, it was Esteemers that just chose that they wanted to have a card. Went into the link on the casual chat.
Sorry, first of all, so the people applied for them to be on there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The process is that you got a form and you fill the form and you pay some money and you get the card.
Thank you very much. Then we have the last question in the back from the one and only original pizza man.
Thank you. Adrian, LG Madrid. I think actually you almost answered my question. My question was if you have any plan of sustainability in the future. Are they going to receive any expansion pack or something like that in the future with the rest of the people?
Absolutely. So this is, I even missed one slide that was the future of the Steam trading card game. But what you saw here was the first edition. It was just to kind of make a basic Esteemer so that everyone could have their face on their cards. After that, the cards will be sold or given out on events. They will be, one idea that is, there can be a basic Esteem card that every delegate can buy for themselves. But when you're a leader, you can have a better card, which will be a little bit stronger. And when you are maybe a chairperson, you can have an even cooler card.
Thank you very much. As I said, this was the last question. I just ask if you can repeat name, surname, and local group for the secretaries.
Adrian, LG Madrid.
Adrian?
LG Madrid.
Yeah, the surname.
Adrian Nicolas. Sorry.
Adrian Nicolas. Thank you very much. This was the last
just
question.
a point, maybe somebody should think about introduce the bears of Yellowstone. Because they will not...
Oh, we don't talk of that.
in the cards.
Yeah, maybe. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eric. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last one for this agenda point. So I close agenda point 43, knowledge management in Esteem. Sorry. And we continue in agenda point 44, company presentations, for which we have a video from Celonis. You forgot something, I believe.
So basically, the Celonis training platform is there for students to enroll in any course in an online training format, and you can go through the course in your own pace. You will receive a certification at the end for the different course modules that we offer for students. So first of all, here is the link for the training platform, and if you click on that link, you will be asked to register. I will show that also in a bit. It's important that you register here as an academic in order to get access to the student courses, the academic courses. And then there are different courses that I would like to show to you that are relevant. So once you have registered, and again I will show them in a little bit, you have here very first foundations course, which is the process mining fundamentals. This course is for students with a business profile, a little bit of analytical profile, and no SQL language is needed here. The course in total takes 12 hours. So if you have done a little bit more or less than the 12 hours of the Process Mining Fundamentals course and go through all of the different modules that are there, then you will receive your certification as Process Mining Fundamentals certification at the very end. So the learning goals in the Foundations course are, first of all, really understanding the foundations of process mining and how this is also applied to the business, being able to translate data from underlying source systems or information management systems, IT systems, into actionable insights. So get an understanding of what does this mean based on the data, how the business processes run in reality. Other modules here will focus on create and then also redefine target-oriented analysis, so basically creating dashboards in the Celonis execution management system and be able to work with them. And then it's of course interesting also to see where is process mining applied as a technology. So there are some applied examples from different industries, so processes like the order management process, the purchase to pay process, or any other process that you can think of from various industries. And in the end, the course also focuses on how to realize and sustain business value that was identified in the Celonis EMS platform. You do not need any prerequisites to follow this course, just an interest in business processes and maybe also a little bit in the engineering behind it. So, that is basically matching the profile here of analytical as well. And you don't need to have any specific tech knowledge required to learn how to use Celonis, but you will learn all of this throughout the Process Mining Fundamentals course. Another course I can also really recommend is the Automation Bootcamp. That course is focusing not only on process mining, but also understanding on the part of how can we automate parts of the process in order to streamline the entire business process and really work with automations of specific activities in our business process. Also understanding the link of process mining and process automation, and understand again in the business world, where do companies already work with process automation, why is it, or when is it relevant and why is it relevant to set up automated scenarios. And for that, in the course, you will get a hands-on experience in the integrated software that's called Make. So Celonis is working together with Make. Celonis acquired Make software last year, and you as a student will also get your student license once you go through the Automation Bootcamp. So you will obtain not only a Make plan for free, which is the enhanced plan, so you don't have to pay anything for that, but you also get a certification at the end that you can upload on your LinkedIn profile and also show on CVs that you hand in for future employers. So the motivation here after these 3 hours of self-paced learning is really to make your way to the certificate badge at the very end. If you want to know a bit more about the skills profile, so you need here again a business, bit of business profile, but the focus is larger here on the analytics, on the analytical part compared to the process mining fundamentals. And it's a heavy focus on software. So you will learn not only about Celonis, but also get hands-on experience in the Make software itself. And here again, the prerequisites, there's no prerequisite that you have to have before entering the course, but you have to have some interest in process automation and the link with process mining in order to basically enjoy the course and make your way through the 3 hours of self-paced learning. Here at the bottom, I put again the link for you where you can register. So I will now open my training account so you can see how to register here as an academic and a student. So just bear with me for a second. I switch over to my training account. And it looks like that. So once you have gone onto the celonis.com training link, you find here some general information about how to get certified, what is the Celonis Academy about, and here if you go on register now, you will be able to see here to sign up for the Salonis Academy. And as I said beforehand, you need to register as an academic. You have different options here to choose from, but please go for academic. And then enter the university email or the email address from the student organization that you are in order to get this notification, the invitation to the Salonis Academy to your inbox. So if I just type mine here, in my case it's of course from Salonis, but you can just type the one from your university, tick the notifications here and send, and then you will receive this confirmation email to that email that you entered here. Again, it's important that you register as academic and pick the university email address or from your student organization. And once you have completed the registration, how the training platform looks like is like this. So what you see here is on the top a course catalog. You can go onto the catalog, browse all the courses or pick a specific training track, and I would encourage you to start off with the fundamentals course. So basically here in the search bar you can write down the process mining fundamentals, search for it, and you will be able to see here that is containing 2 courses or the entire track. And if you go onto the training track, you see here the training track called Process Mining Fundamentals for Students, where you can have a closer look into the details. So it will show you here what I already shared with you, basically what it encompasses, around 15 hours it says here. It can take you a little bit more, a little bit less. And this training track is available in English. Here again the learning objectives that I've already shown to you. And then you can start right away with the introduction into the PNF track, later on introduction to process mining, and you always also see how long this takes you, how many minutes, then which chapters you have, review and interpret the analysis with Salonis, navigate to an analysis, use the variant explorer, the process explorer, and so on. So here you see all of the different chapters that are coming in this course. And then the interesting part is how, where you learn how to build an analysis. So this is no code. As said, you don't need any SQL or process query language knowledge. You can start right away and get ready to build your own analysis. Create an analysis asset. Also here add your first sheets, being able to publish this so others can also see it. And you can configure tables and charts. So basically everything that makes the analysis round in your dashboard. Configure the KPIs, work on the design, etc. And once you've gone through all of these different chapters, at the end there's also a wrap up and a business case. So this is the part where you will be applying everything that you have learned into the business case called Pizzeria Mamma Mia. This takes you more or less 2 to 3 hours, and the part here is really to apply your knowledge and skills to a real case. Again, this is only available in English at the moment, but you can work here together in groups on the case and submit the answers directly in the training platform. And if you've done all correct, it's a multiple choice format, then you can follow up with the last chapter, number 5, on the business value. And once you've done all of this, as said, more or less 12 to 15 hours, then you will be able to receive your certification right away through this training platform. And also, another course that I would like to share with you is the Automation Bootcamp. So next to the Process Mining Fundamentals, you can again browse all the courses here. Look for Automation Bootcamp, and it will be the same. So you will find here the training track, or it's already here, view all of the details, or directly enroll in it by start the training track. If you click on this in the Automation Bootcamp for Students, you will actually already be guided to the first module. In my case, I've already completed parts of it, so you would then start with from scratch with the welcome part. Why is automation interesting? Then there's also a pizza case, business case for the Pizzeria Mamma Mia. It's similar to the case that you've known from the Process Mining Fundamentals, But the focus here is really on the part of how to automate the process for Pizzeria Mamma Mia. And once you have done that in the software called Make, then you see you're already at the end of the course, 3 hours, as I said, in total. So there's a heavy focus on the application part of the 2 hours here. Then you receive the certification badge, which is the process automation bootcamp for students. And like that, you can basically work your way through different certifications that we have, receive your badge at the very end, post it on LinkedIn, use it for the future, and get certified in the Celonis Process Mining Fundamentals or Process Automation Bootcamp. And if you have any questions about the courses, then of course you can always reach out to me.
Okay, can I speak very quickly? I hope you all understood your opportunities with Celonis courses. All the information that you need to register will be sent through announcements so that you don't lose anything and you can take the opportunity to take one of the courses. Thank you. Any questions, just come to me later.
Thank you very much. So we won't have questions now. In case you have any, please approach. So I close agenda point 44, company presentations. And I open agenda point 46, Esteem Fair, and I will ask Galja to join us on the stage.
Hello. Am I clear? Is my voice clear? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, I'm Gülce from LXIV Bilkent, and I'm a proud unicorn. Let's go next. I'm your Esteem Fair coordinator, and which is you cannot find your Esteem trading card game, but also you can find your merchandise. And it's a great opportunity to get to know Central Esteem better, and some recruitment opportunities will be there. And quick reminder for dear leaders, for the recruitment, HRC is your best friend. Please fill the form for your future team members. And also, please don't forget to feel the Esteem spirit more deeply. For your merchandise,
Sorry, just for a moment, Galja. People, can we stay in silence? We're almost done. You can discuss in like 10 minutes from now.
For your merchandise, please don't forget to change your money to Serbian dinars, and please cash. It's important. And please don't forget to collect all the stickers. It's a part of Esteem Spirit. Where to find it? I cannot read it, but just follow the organization team members. It's a great place. I check it. And before you go,
Can you show that?
We have a technical. Can we show what? The previous slide? Yes.
I'm sorry. I have to. Okay.
It should also be in the announcement channel if it is about the location.
Yes, I'm continuing. Just follow the organization team members, guys. Before you go, here is Sorting Unicorn. It is basically look like a BuzzFeed questionnaire, and it tells you the best fits for your Central Esteem position. And please scan it. This is a cool unicorn thing.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Galja. Now we have.
Get the QR code back.
Okay, can we leave it in the meanwhile? We're gonna have some announcement now so we can leave it open. Is that a different technical? Yeah?
Just a quick question, if the organizers could please...
Can you speak up? I don't know if the microphone is on.
It should be. Quick question for the organizers, that they please post the prices for the different merchandise points on the announcement channel so everybody has enough money and it's easier to do that, okay?
I think it's already sent, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
There was an email on the 28th of April regarding the prices that you have to pay.
Thank you. Okay. Then I close agenda point 46, esteemed fair. And I open agenda point 47, miscellaneous, and we have some announcement, and we start with the one from Senna.
Yes, so as you already asked, now we will go to the Esteem Fair place, and there's for merchandise and also Esteem magazine there. So if you don't have cash with you, like you will need to pay there with the exact amount. You can find the link in your mailbox. If you need the spreadsheet, we can send it on the announcement channel once again. Also for the delegates, be aware you will need to get the magazine copies also during the Esteem Fair.
Okay. You are the next one?
About tomorrow's working groups, due to some cancellations from the trainers that are not here, we had to make a small adjustment. One of the working groups was cancelled. I will send the new redistribution to the announcements channel. Please check your working groups. All the people from one of them were redistributed for the other. So the one that will be sent today is the final distribution.
Okay guys, one more announcement, super important, so please pay attention. Tomorrow we're going to start General Assembly 15 minutes earlier because we need some extra time to present the latest updates on membership regulations, on the proposals for changing membership regulations, so please be on time. We're not going to wait anyone tomorrow. We're going to ask organizers to send the whole information in the announcement channel so you're aware of everything. Let me repeat, we're starting General Assembly tomorrow at 8:45. One more thing, announcement for applicants. Tomorrow before the General Assembly we'll meet half an hour before, what means at 8:15 for applicants to ask all of the questions they may have about technicalities and the presentation day. Leadership applicants. All of the leadership applicants, we're going to await you in the General Assembly room at 8:15 with the boards. And one more thing from my side, dear extra places, you are here, you are accepted to the council meeting for a reason. So we really would appreciate you being here in the morning in the GA room, being responsible and showing respect, because you were accepted to the council meeting, not only to parties. So thank you. And yeah, one more thing. Now I would like to invite one of the organizers on stage to share with us everything regarding the logistics, how we do it from now on to go to Esteem Fair.
And in the meanwhile, we had a technical, what to do with the merchandise of people that couldn't show up. Should it be collected by other people from the same LG, or how to proceed? Can we have an answer from that as well? There have been a technical that says what to do with the merchandise of people that is not present now.
Yeah, we will see after the all merchandise distribution how many merchandise actually left, and then we will let you know updates after this. But before that, so right now we are going outside. The organizers will wait for you, and then you'll go by walking there. It's not far away from this place, so there firstly we will have merchandise and magazine distribution. After that we will start a Esteem Fair, and when we finish Esteem and Company Fair we will have a dinner at that place, and then we are going back to the hotel, and you will have free time and preparation for the night activities.
Very well. Any other announcements? No? Okay, then just one moment, just one moment. We have a technical in the front. Please, people, sit down. We are not done yet. Yes? Can somebody give a microphone to the delegate to the front?
Tana Ezamejian, to the organizers. Is there an exchange office on the way to the Esteem Fair? Yes.
If there is an exchange office on the way, yes. Okay, thank you very much. Then close agenda point 47, miscellaneous. And you're all free to go. All right, guys.